Ms. Frankish, you ready to resume the audio recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
142:01. I went back about 7 seconds just to make sure.
Just getting the TV started.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
System. Thank you.
Alright, should be good.
And did my thing in the barn and then brought it back to the house. And I left it parked in the first parking pad, furthest away from the house. Just pulled it in there and left it.
Why'd you go and get it and bring it back?
Just because I didn't want to walk from the barn, and I had brought a feed bucket and that kind of stuff over to the house.
Why'd you drop it off for the night before?
Because that
You thought you were gonna.
I mean, protocol.
I mean, you see what I mean? Like, you drop it off to just go to the very next day and get it again.
Right. But
You see what I'm saying? That's why I was curious why.
But I don't think it's up walks miles a day.
Mhm.
I mean, anyway, and I would always walk to that barn unless I'm carrying something and back. It's just.
So you went and got it. Did you do anything with it when you went and got it? Because you walked to get it to bring it back to the
Well,
house.
I went over there to go feed everybody.
Okay. And you did that. And this is the morning of the 4th still, or is this when the girls were
No,
there?
that was the morning of the 4th. And I
Okay.
went over there and got it because I had my water in
And you
there
brought it back.
and a feed bucket and some other stuff. I had just gathered up, like, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
You know.
So when
Went
you
back to
had,
the RTV, came back over to the house and did my usual, put Miracle Grow out on plants.
Yeah,
I mean,
stuff works miracles.
Yeah,
It really
just
does.
that kind of stuff. Fiddled around, got to blow it back. That blower blew off the driveway.
And this is all on the 4th. So once you got the girls and Addison came over, how long did Chris stay when he dropped Addison off? Once you and Cameron got back?
I got Cameron inside. I said, just take it to Owen Addie's room. Okay. So she did.
So wait, what does that mean? I'm sorry, like where did she go?
Upstairs.
Oh, okay. So like in that upstairs bedroom where their stuff is.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So she went up there, did it. I said, I'm going to go to the barn and feed. I said, and you can just do whatever you want to.
Okay. So you left Cameron in the house.
Yeah.
And then you went back to the
And I
barn.
went to the barn.
Did you walk to the barn and take the ATV that was
I
outside?
took the RTV.
Okay. So you drove the RTV to the barn.
I did, but when I pulled in to the house, I said, great, all the goats are out. So we don't leave them out unattended because they will get in and eat all, everything. So I called Scott and I said, have you been here? Because the RTV was not parked where I had left it.
But this is all the way once Cameron got there.
Yes,
Okay.
Cameron was there. The RTV was parked in the next parking pad. There's two.
Like in the driveway.
In the driveway.
So you parked it in one, you leave, you come
Yeah.
back and it's been
It is
moved.
in another. Still didn't think anything about it. I mean, it's in a different
But
one.
what'd Scott say?
I said, have you been here to the house? Well, no. What makes you think that I've been to the house? Well, she goes, everything's out.
Hmm.
And I said,
And the and who all drives the RTV?
me and Scott and Gary and whoever's there.
Okay. You'll leave just the key in it?
Yeah.
Was it weird that it had been moved?
I just thought Gary had moved it.
Okay.
Now, when I was blowing off everything, of course, I start to blow from the shed, over just right in front of the shed that's over there at the house. Just blow that off and then do the driveway and then down part, was the driveway. Those two parking pads, keep them kind of, done off. And blew the top deck off and then went down and just blew like the stairs that went down. Just kind of blew it.
How often do you do that?
Every day. Sometimes twice a day, just to keep it off my driveway. Because all those nuts and stuff fall on it. And it had not been that long ago that we pressure washed it.
Okay. Pressure wash like everything?
Just the driveway.
Okay.
And then I did not use the pressure washer on the sidewalk that went into the house.
Has it ever,
Just spray it.
with the hose?
I've got one of those things that hooks up to the end of the hose that we spray it pretty frequently with.
Okay.
It's like full art.
Like the little hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
When was the last time you sprayed kind of the, like under the deck?
that was right after the fire pit.
How long ago was that? Talking days, weeks, months?
It was still cold outside.
Oh, so we're talking months ago is the last time it was really sprayed out with the Clorox spray. Okay.
Oh, Chad
So a
came
little
over.
while ago.
Yeah, Chad came
So,
over.
when
Because they
you-
had brought red mud and stuff up when they were working on it.
Yeah, and just made
And
it
so we
dirty.
pressure washed it then.
And that was really the last time it got a good cleaning.
And that was the last time I got a good clean.
Okay. So when you were taking after you called Scott about the goats, Cameron's inside upstairs
Well, she was in the car with me when I called Scott.
because you figured out. Did you see the goats were out when you were pulling in?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have
And
that
pigs
call.
are running and everything's out and,
Yeah, everybody's out. They don't need to be. Okay. So you call Scott.
Yeah.
Mention that to him. He says he hadn't been there.
I said, have you been here? Because, I mean, it was like, everything was open, and he said, no, I haven't been there. Why? I said, "Because everything looks like it's been, I said, and we mentioned, right, he's left goats out again. But that's not unusual either. I mean, for him to go and do that. And so anyway, I came in and told her, I said, I'm going to go to the barn and feed, get the goats back in, because all we have to do is put feed in a feed bucket and all the hay goats, and they come running. Well, as soon as I got to the barn, Chris pulled in. So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back over to the house, and talked to Patty. She brought food in from Wendy's.
How long was Chris there?
Maybe 15 minutes.
So not a terribly,
Not a
pretty
terribly
pretty
long
short
time.
amount of time.
Pretty short amount of time. We had a discussion about where's Ella, and she's still at Emma's.
So she was at that sleepover still.
Yeah, she was still over there. And I said,
Okay.
why are you? She just came into town. Why are you living her there that long?
Mm-hmm.
She came in on Tuesday. You dropped her off on Tuesday. Why are you living her there that long? And then he left.
And this was about 7 o'clock. He leaves. So you go and put all the animals up from the time you and Cameron got home before
Well-
Chris gets there. All the animals are put up.
No, I never did get them put up.
Okay. So did you go and try to do it? Because Cameron was inside and you went back outside.
Well, in the meantime, as soon as I got over to the barn, Addison pulled up with Chris.
Okay.
So I just hopped back on the RTV, back to the house, talked to Addison. She had a salad and some stuff from Wendy's.
Mhm.
She sat there and ate it. We chatted about what you do today, just the usual, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I said,
How long from the time you got home to the time Addison and Chris got there?
not long.
Less than an hour?
Oh, yeah. Just literally for me to get pulled in.
Did you drive that $18 anywhere then?
Yeah, I took it back to the barn.
And you parked it there?
Well, no, because I went over to the barn and was going to, I had put the feed in the feed bucket and realized that Addison and Chris were pulling in. So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back to the house, got busy with them, just kind of doing and stuff. And Addison had salad and I don't know what else from Wendy's. And I said, look, and she said, I'm not, whatever, I'm going to not eat all of it. And I said, we'll take it, put the top back on it, put it back in the refrigerator, put the bag in the garbage. Typical stuff you tell an 11-year-old. And they wanted to go over to the barn. And Cameron, or I guess it was Cameron, they poured orange juice in the kitchen. And I said, oh, somebody spilled orange juice in the kitchen. And, one of them said something, I'm sorry, or something like that. So I, cleaned it up. And, they went over to the barn. And I said, do y'all want to feed that little baby goat while y'all were over there? And Addison just, well, I don't know. And I'm sure she didn't know how to mix up the bottles and, that kind of stuff. And I went back to the barn, fed the baby goat, and took the feed out to the thing and trying to get the goats back in. And the pigs were everywhere and I just had on flip-flops at the time. And I thought, I need to go back and get my boots
Mm-hmm.
and put them on. And so I went back and got my boots. I was going to get the boots and stuff. Well, by that time, the girls were wanting to ride the RTV. And I said, please don't do that tonight. It's getting late. Everybody's tired. I've been hot today. You know, let's get wound down. Everybody get a shower. We'll ride the RTV tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I got busy with them, trying to get them in bed and that kind of stuff.
What time did they get in bed?
I know that I was in bed about 8:30.
Okay.
And because I talked to Scott again, and I said, I thought you were coming home.
When did y'all look for Gary?
That was not till yesterday.
What about Addison and Cameron?
Well, they said something about where's Big Daddy? And I said, well, I'm sure it's down there in the basement. And that was the only discussion, you know, and then that was, I said, why? And they said, well, we want to ride the RTV with us. And we had a discussion about, no, let's not ride the RTV tonight. It's getting.
Did they ask where he was?
Well, they just said, you know, they said, I mean, they did. Where's Big Daddy? I said, well, I'm assuming he's down there in the basement. Did you not see him? Well, I mean, you know, and that was just kind of the end of the discussion because I said, why?
Did they want you to, did they make any efforts to go look at the barn for him? Did they make any efforts to call him?
No. I mean, that was just, I mean, it was dropped at that point in time because I said, well, why? And they said, well, we want to ride the RTV. And I said, well, let's get cleaned up, let's whatever, you got all day tomorrow.
And you didn't help them look for him at all?
Not that, I mean, none.
Is it unusual to not see him for an entire day?
Yeah. I mean, it's very usual. I mean,
And he's not in the basement?
I don't know. I mean, because nobody ever went and looked or did anything from that point in time on.
When was the last time you had actually gone in the basement yourself? Did you ever do anything down there or go down there at all?
I will one time a week. We'll go down there, change the sheets, gather up towels or dishes, and you know, that kind of stuff.
And what day was it you broke the plate? You said it was
I think it was on Monday.
why were y'all down there then?
I was outside, and I walked in his office to go get scissors to cut tags off
Of the plants.
of plants.
And you broke the dish out of frustration.
Just, yeah, because it was just like, really, can any of y'all not pick up anything out there?
Did you drop it?
Oh, yeah.
Just slam it?
Thing.
So you slammed it?
I just slammed it. I mean, Scott was right there when I did it. And Gary was over at the barn.
It seems like a substantial thing to smash that dish.
It was just, Scott was just standing there just yelling at me.
It seems like there was,
I mean, it was
notable
like
frustration.
Everything. I mean, you know, it was like
It was
everything was
him-
going wrong. Everything was going.
And paying for other people's finances.
Well, no, that wasn't even that. That
It
was
was-
an issue at the time. It was Scott standing there basically just, you know, why do you always do this? And why do you all? I mean, it was you all. It wasn't, you know. Well, I said, Scott, this is not your place. I can do whatever I want to here. I can dig up bushes. I can do replant. I can put a fire pit. I can do whatever I want to here. You know, your daddy and I can do whatever we want to. I mean, it was just a conversation that we had, you know, 14 times a week.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, I'm sure you talked to him. It's his barn. And and I told him many times, unless you got a rat in your pocket, there is no way to this discussion. This is our place.
Mhm.
It's our place.
And that's the discussion y'all were having down there?
And yeah, I mean, it was just.
And that would be like
and y'all
The
not-
second?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like everything at that point in time. It gone just haywire. I mean, it was just everything.
Like what?
Just normal, everyday stuff. I mean, Scott was yelling at me because I didn't have dinner done. You know, well, why don't you have dinner done? Scott, give me a minute. Just, I mean, you know, I don't even know what we're going to do. I mean, you know, just that kind of stuff. Gary, he said, why is Gary going to the barn? I don't know, Scott. But he had walked over there. And because the RTV was at the house. And I said, I don't know. Well, what's he over there doing in the garden? I don't know, Scott. I mean, it's just a typical, I mean, you know. And
So when you know, to your knowledge, Addison and Cameron never went to the barn looking for Big Daddy.
they
Never
went to the
called
barn
him.
that night. I mean, they just went over there to
Did they walk or take the?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I said they just walked.
Okay.
Over there.
So they walked over there.
I said just stay out of the pastures. That's all I asked. Stay out of the pastures. And they went.
So when you went to sleep at 8:30, where were they?
They were inside.
Okay.
And I had told them. I said, look.
But y'all had. There was really no discussion about Gary. No way being able to find him or talk to him. Have you tried calling his phone at all?
No. I mean, there was no reason.
Had they?
No.
Had anybody?
Not that night that I know of.
And you went to bed at 8:30.
Yeah.
Did you call anybody after 8:30? Did anyone call you? Did you have any conversation at all?
I talked to Amanda after I got home. Because she called to say, she sent a text, she said, we're home. And I called her after that, and I said, basically the discussion of we are too. Amanda said, look, we're going to go to bed early.
Mm-hmm.
She said, I told Cameron that she's got to turn her phone off. She can't be on her phone after, so she said, please make sure that they adhere to that. Stay off Instagram, Snapchat, all the normal kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I told the girls, I said, look, and I did. I went upstairs and got a shower and got ready for, stuff. And I said, keep an eye on the ghosts. Because I said, I couldn't get the tickets and stuff in. So I'm not going to try to get one, And I said, I'm hot, I'm tired, I don't feel good, my head hurts. Just the usual, I've been up deep.
Mm-hmm.
And all this. Because like I said, I had stood in line a long time just to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And they came back. And I told them, I said, look, y'all got in the shower. And they kind of said, okay, cool. The usual, And I sent Addie a text, and I said, okay, it's time for you all to get in the shower. Because they were upstairs, and I was downstairs. And I had fixed me something to eat. And I actually took it to bed and turned on the TV in the other bedroom. And was doing that. And they said, okay. And they did. They came, I knew they were in the shower, getting ready. And then.
And what time is this right about now?
About 8:30, something, along about that. And Scott came in after that.
Okay.
And was belligerent because the goats were out. I said, Scott, they're fine. They're not doing anything. I couldn't get them in.
He came in because he was upset about it.
He was upset about it. And that point.
And he came in the house and talked to you when you were what, in your bedroom?
Yeah. He came to my bedroom door. And there was a discussion about, I guess they've been on something about the RTVs. I said, no, I didn't, because they won't provide it tomorrow. So get over it. And I said, so do not take it back up to the barn. So then that way we can get on it. They can get on it in the morning and ride it. And of course he was in his truck.
Mm-hmm.
And he came in and something about, the eggs, there's a hen sitting on the eggs up at the house. I said, I know that. So don't get those eggs and give them to the guy. Okay, not going to. You need to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, he was just in there screaming.
Mm-hmm.
And said, you need to calm down.
And this is a little bit after 8 at this point?
Yeah.
8:39?
Yeah, somewhere the 8:30 range.
Okay. And then he leaves.
And then he leaves.
And he gets back in his truck and drives to his barn?
I don't know where he went.
But he left the house.
He left the house.
Oh.
And he said something about, what'd you fix for dinner? It was just a normal discussion, Well, we ate it like here. And, as far as a big meal, goes. Mm-hmm. And I said, Addison brought in Wendy's. That was just the discussion.
Okay.
It was just a normal every night.
And then what happened after Scott leaves?
I didn't get back up. I heard the girls back in the kitchen.
What time did you get up the next day on the 5th?
I honestly don't know. It was later than normal when I got up.
But you were in bed at 8:30 and you never got up. You didn't go play with the girls. You didn't walk around. You didn't go outside. You just stayed in bed.
I just stayed in bed. I was done. I was just. and had a bad headache, and that's I distributed it in the sun all day. He got so hot, you know. And I heard the girls in the kitchen, sometime 9:30ish, something like that, getting food, which was fine. And then, you know, thing about it. Heard them go back upstairs, giggling and talking, and, you know, that kind of stuff. And the next morning, I think it was around 7:30, 8 o'clock, I went upstairs to check on them. And they were both in the queen size bed. They was in there in the bedroom. And I turned out, they had 2 lights on in there, the ceiling light and the light on the chest. I turned those off. There's 2, all the bathroom lights were on. Actually let water out of the bathtub that had been left in there. Just the normal, you know.
You kind of tidied up in there where they were sleeping?
Kind of, yeah, just the bathroom and the, you know,
turning lights.
Yeah.
And then what time, and then did they get up and eat breakfast?
They got.
Or what'd you do after doing all that stuff in their room?
Then I, just the normal, made the chicken, fixed me something to eat, and actually took it back to the bedroom to eat because the TV in the study has been acting up. Ever since we had a new hard drive put in, it's been suffering. With the bed, so I just took it back to the bedroom.
What time did Amanda get?
I think about it.
Did you ever go out to the fire when you were doing your routine? Did you blow off and all that kind of stuff?
No.
Water plants, like what was your usual routine after
I
tidying
just went
up?
checked on the chicken.
Okay. Did you take the RTV or did you just walk?
No. We were there right there at the house.
Oh, in the big chicken coop there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in the house.
Where was the RTV then?
It was still parked where it wasn't my pool.
Which is where you parked it, but it had gotten moved.
Right.
And so it stayed right there. Okay. So that point in time, and during this entire, and at that point in time, you never went to the back, you never rode the RTV, you just checked on the chickens.
I checked on the chickens. We did the usual picking up, putting up everything that loaded the dishwasher, put the stuff that they had gotten, used the night before, put it in the dishwasher, just the normal, picking up, putting up after 2 little girls had been there.
Yeah. What time did was Amanda the first person to come over that day?
Yeah.
What time did Amanda?
I don't know.
Were the girls up?
Oh yeah, they were up.
What were they doing when they woke up?
Just upstairs playing.
Okay. And then Amanda gets there.
Amanda got there, and
what did you do once Amanda got there?
we went and actually sat down on the front porch.
Okay.
And then Cameron and Addison came out and sat down. So it was
a 4 y'all out there just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, just talking and whatever. And the girls said something about riding the RTV, and I said, we'll go there and ask, something about finding Big Daddy. And they came back and I said, well, he's not down there. I said, well, did you look at the barn? Well, then Scott pulled up about that time. He came up and he was dressed. And I said, where are you going? Well, I'm going to go get my hair cut, and I'm going to go to the PGA store, and I'm going to go meet Ted, and I'm going to da-da-da-da-da. I said, really? Once again, you're going to be off and going whatever today? And I said, the girls are looking for your daddy. Have you seen him? Well, no. I said, simple question, Scott. And so I got up and went downstairs and looked, and he wasn't there. But his door to his office was cracked open. So I went in there and, looked through the basement like you typically, would. Nothing was out of character.
So you're touching doors when you're looking for them?
Oh, yeah.
Opening doors. Were you opening any? Did you ever open any drawers? Do you ever go through any of his drawers? Or look at him or sneak around or anything like that if he's gone?
Now, I will occasionally get his phone and open it up.
Where does he keep his phone?
In the room.
Like just sitting out on countertops, basically?
Yeah. He'll leave it like laying on the kitchen countertop or in the bedroom on the chest of drawers. Or most of the time it's in his office.
Okay. What about his wallet?
Yeah. If on a work week, he will usually leave it either on top of the dresser or leave it in the drawer. But then on the weekends a lot, if he doesn't keep it on him, so he'll just put it in his car. For going back and forth, that kind of stuff.
Going back and forth on the weekends? Back and forth with what?
He'll go to Cherokee, Tractor Supply, go get cigarettes, Mountain Dew, just that kind of stuff.
Okay. So
I went back out there. And
do you ever go through his drawers in his basement or anything?
No.
In his area? So there's no reason. I mean, just for example, we'd find on any of the drawers and any of the furniture, we're going to find where you would open your.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've touched everything in the house.
When was the last time you were going through any of the drawers down there?
I have no idea.
Would it have been a long time ago?
Well, Scott and I were actually looking. Scott had said that there was a remote control missing, and I actually went down there and looked for it.
When was that?
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Where all did you look for it?
Well, I had just thought, well, it got put in the cabinet where the TV is, in one of those, and opened it up, and we never did find it. I mean, I didn't.
Did you go look at any other furniture down there, or just the one that the TV sits on?
Actually at some point in time, got a picture frame out of the chest. It's open in the corner.
By the sliding door?
That sliding door in the back corner. Got a picture frame out.
When was that?
I have no idea.
How long ago was that?
It's been in the last few weeks.
Did you find anything of note there?
No.
Did you see anything interesting in that chest of drawers?
No, I just pulled the picture frame out.
Which drawer?
Second one down. I mean, it's still.
Did you know exactly where it was and only open that one?
I knew exactly where it was.
Did you open any of the others?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just went and got the picture frame.
Which picture frame was it?
It was a glass picture. I mean, like a mirror picture frame
Where is it now?
in my study.
Is your study the one that you first walk in and saw left with all the books?
Uh-huh.
Are those all the books that you have read, or are those ones your husband's read, or both?
Well, a lot of them were my parents' books.
Okay.
A lot of that stuff in there was my mother's, my grandmother's stuff.
But that is your study. That's where you sit.
Yeah, that's where I stay. So, I mean, I just went down there, got that picture frame, put a picture in it.
And that was a few weeks ago?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I knew exactly where it was. But, it is just nothing unusual. I mean, I go down, like I said, once a week, I will go down there and dust and, take the sheets off his bed and usually run a vacuum cleaner, for it. But now, the other day, before the kids came in, I had cleaned his bathroom and done all that kind of stuff just because, the kids are gonna, everything's gonna get cleaned up. And had vacuumed the home theater and cleaned a couple of spots just here with Rick Mountain Dew because he comes and goes from his office all the time. Put the remote controls back in, plugged in. There's one that you have to plug it in.
Okay.
Just do the normal, plug that remote in, lay it up on the thing, take the leather cleaner, wipe it off.
When was the last time you were cleaning down there?
That was before the kids were there.
Before the barbecue weekend?
Yes.
Okay. So definitely no cleaning down there since then.
No.
And real quick, I know you told me earlier.
Now, I did go down there on the weekend when they were there, but Scott was supposed to have he had a friend of his come over, and he did come, and then they scared him.
Which Ted? What's Ted's last name?
I don't know.
Is it like the friend you plays golf with and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And his mother was actually supposed to have gone, too. And I gone down there and actually made Gary's bed because they were coming up. And she had never been to the house.
Okay.
So I went down there and made his bed, made sure everything, lights were turned on.
And that would have been?
On Saturday before.
Saturday. Okay. That was really the last time you were in the basement, other than stepping in and breaking that dish.
Yeah, but that was outside. I mean, I just got it off his desk in there.
Yeah, I mean, also other than the dish incident that happened on like the 2nd,
Yeah, I mean, I just,
you cleaned it on Saturday, and you really have not been back down
no,
there. Okay.
until the other day when we were looking for Gary.
Okay. And when you were looking for Gary, was anything out of place down there? Was anything unusual? Did you see anything strange?
No, but when I was blowing off everything the day of the 4th of July, when I passed, we got down there blowing right, because the bathroom that he uses is right at the bottom of those steps down there, and the fan was blowing in there, and you could smell smell smoke coming, out of it. I'm like,
Where does he smoke? Just all over down here?
Yeah. Mainly in the bathroom or in that electrical room. If you go kind of down that hall.
Does he smoke in like the theater room?
He's not supposed to.
Does he smoke when he's sitting on the couch watching the other television?
He usually goes in that home theater.
It's a nice home theater, number 2.
And, yeah, I mean, he'll go in there on occasion and smoke, and I'm just like, please don't, we just got this all cleaned up from the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he will occasionally go in there and smoke. But he does smoke in his office, but he's got one of those big air purifier, things that sits in there.
So I'm going to jump to something real quick. When was the last time you all used the tractor? It was about like within the last week, but days ago, like before the barbecue. And that's when he graded the sand trap or the sand thing in the field.
Yeah.
And that was before the barbecue.
Yeah.
That's the last time you know it was used, right?
Scott hooked up the aerator, I think, after that into the backyard, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember exactly when Scott did that. But then the rate was back on it because Scott said something about, yesterday when we were looking for him yesterday, Scott and I got on the RTV, and I mean, we'd walked down and around it, everywhere, and then Scott got the RTV and pulled around the house and down, because he's got a trail cam down by a feeder. And I said, have you got that trail cam working? Is there anything on it? No, there's nothing on it. So that was the end of that discussion. And then I actually had walked down the hill, past the burn pile, down that hill right there, and hopped on the RTV with Scott. And we come back up, and then we took it across the dam over there and looked, just over there, and then backed up, went back up and around, and then we rode up on the road. So you look at the top part of that pasture, up there.
Okay.
And I rode with him up there. And we rode.
So go look around the tractor at all?
Well, we made them mention then, because we went back over there to the shed and the barn, and I looked at the barn, and I even crawled up to the hayloft up there and looked up there. And so I've looked everywhere. Okay, I'm gonna look in the store, And Scott said, and he took the tractor back here and put it not where we usually park it under the covered part, and it was down back behind.
So when y'all saw it, it was parked not in the cover spot.
No, in the covered
But the last time you had seen it, it was in the covered spot, right?
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw it parked? Like, when was the last time before seeing it there, when was the last time you actually laid eyes on that tractor?
I think that, it was there when I went over to go take care of the goats that night and stuff. But like I said,
It was there where?
It was under the shed.
What night was that?
That would have been on Tuesday night.
So somebody has moved it between Tuesday night and July 4th.
Yeah, but it was down on the back side of that shed, down where there's a bunch of pumpkins and stuff coming up down there, and then we keep them.
Is that where you saw it?
That kind of stuff. And I said something about, did you bring that down here? And he said, no. And I said, what, is it stuck? And he said, I don't think so. Because Gary has taken it, he got it stuck before, and we had to pull it out. The last time we had to pull it out, he had to put his truck up at the top.
So you saw it parked under the shed on Tuesday night, though?
Yeah.
Is that when you were feeding?
But that was just when I was
What time was that?
I well, I went to go put the goats up and that kind of stuff.
Was that the dust when you were on the ATV riding around? It was dust and everything?
Yeah. And I just went and made sure.
So that would have been,
made sure everything was locked, the goat pen was locked up.
okay.
And we usually keep
So-
big logs sitting in front of it too.
So the tractor has been moved between Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And then when y'all
Yeah.
went back there, somebody has moved it.
Yeah. But I didn't think anything about it. I mean, we
Well, what do you
just
think about it now? Tuesday night.
I mean, I just assumed that he had done it on Wednesday.
Well, I know. What do you think about it now?
I don't know. I mean,
The tractor was moved between Tuesday
well,
night.
yeah, I know that.
You didn't move it.
No, I didn't move it.
All day long, Scott was gone, right? He left and he was not back till late.
I don't know that.
Well, we can, that's something we can verify very
Right.
easily. So that leaves
Yeah,
Tuesday night,
right. I just
and that
assumed
leaves Wednesday
that
morning.
was our assumption that Gary had done it because
Correct. That's an
The car
assumption.
had been moved.
What's your thoughts now?
I don't know.
Gary did not move it. How did that tractor get moved? Why did the tractor get moved?
I don't know. I didn't move it.
Any guess?
No. I mean, like I said, I just assumed that Gary had done it that day.
I mean, did you see what I'm like?
I do feel it.
Tuesday night when you're feeding the goats, it's dusk. The fire is going. You're saying that tractor was parked underneath that shed.
Yeah.
Where it's normally parked, underneath the shed. It's a nice tractor. You don't want to leave it out in the rain. And then when y'all went looking for him, it had been moved.
It had been moved.
And that was
when Scott
July 5th when y'all were all, of course, looking for him.
Right.
So how did the tractor get moved?
I don't know.
When did the tractor get moved?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea? You don't even seem, do you think it's strange that the tractor's been moved?
No.
Why?
Because, I mean, it's not unusual for it to be moved.
It's not unusual to be moved when your husband is alive.
Right. But we don't know when. I did not know. Still don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you, I don't know. That tractor at that point in time was not, I mean, and that was our discussion, mine and Scott's, discussion. Did you, he said, no, I guess he did it.
How anal was Gary about it being parked under the shed?
It was more Scott than Sam, but it did.
So everyone else we've spoken to said Gary was anal about it because it's his money. He paid for it. He wanted it kept under the shed and out of the rain.
He didn't discuss the tractor necessarily with me because I am very seldom on it. Even Scott doesn't want me. Scott didn't even want me on that RTV. So Scott keeps the tractor. I mean, even if I bring that RTV over to the house for some reason, Scott will come get it and take it back.
But what about the tractor?
Like I said,
Was Gary ever known to just leave it out in the middle of the pasture? Or did he
Yeah.
always put it back?
no, he didn't necessarily put it back. He has on occasion run it out of gas.
Not intentionally, though. If it's able to be crank and ran, he puts it back where it goes.
Yep, he'll typically put it back. But I asked Scott, I said, is it stuck? To leave him where that it was.
And it was.
And he said, I don't think so.
I saw it. It wasn't stuck.
It definitely is not stuck.
It's not rained good in a while. It's not stuck.
We didn't go down there to it. We didn't,
But you definitely noticed it was not parked where you saw it on Tuesday
Right.
night.
Right.
So if it's got gas in it and we can turn the key and crank it right now and drive it, that's odd that it's there. That Gary would have left it there.
No, not necessarily. Not if he was planning on going back. I mean, does it look like he was just turning the pile, the compost pile that was down there? I mean, that was all the discussion that we had about it.
Okay.
Was
And on
that.
Tuesday night when you saw it in the shed, that's dusk when you're feeding the animals and stuff.
Right.
You were on the RTV. Was that when you had left the RTV and walked back, or was that you had done more driving around before you did that?
Oh no, that was earlier when I had gone to check the goat pen and the gate and that kind of stuff.
And you had gotten the horses in. This is that night.
No, this is before I got the horses in.
Is when you saw it parked underneath the shed. So it's at dusk.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So a short time after that, at dusk, you're on the RTV. You had already had the conversation in the kitchen with Gary. About dinner.
Yeah.
You had already broken the plate.
Yeah.
The food plate had fallen,
Yeah.
slipped and fell off.
Well,
And then,
yeah, and I left it there while I went and ate. I mean,
okay,
it was just
that's fine. So now
I just went in, scooped up more chicken salad, put it on a plate, grabbed some crackers, put it on a plate, went in there and ate.
okay.
Took it in front of
So
the TV.
we're looking at this tractor in the shed. You're on the RTV. You're up there at the barn tending to the animals. Scott is gone because
Scott's
he is
gone.
away. So between we have some narrow time frames that things could have happened. We can make some time frame. We can make some conclusions about time frames. Gary did not move the tractor from the shed at dusk or after dusk or in the middle of the night. But the tractor is moved.
But I don't know how to tractor. I can honestly tell you, I do not know how to tractor.
See, but do you see why that's strange?
I do.
Why is that strange to somebody like me? Explain why this is a concerning thing to me.
Because we don't know how to tractor.
Explain why that's concerning.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, you were assuming that he was killed somewhere else and moved. But I don't know that. I know nothing about anything. I mean, I don't.
Do you understand what we make our assumptions off of?
I do.
What?
Just by what everybody else is saying. Or what you're saying. I mean, there's 2 broken plates. There's.
So we make our assumptions because we can't have our feelings involved in these cases. Our job is to find evidence and follow it.
Right.
Our assumptions are based off of evidence.
Right.
I've spoken to you several times and your family, and I've told you about the science part of all this that our crime scene technicians are doing and how science is involved in this to tell us things.
Right.
Our assumptions are based off of evidence.
Right.
So when you say he's assuming he was killed somewhere else and moved, his assumption is based off of something.
Right. But I'm
It's not like I just pulled that idea. The idea that
But I didn't.
I'm not pulling it out of a hat. Just not. So there's only so many ways, and you're the only person there, the only person at the house.
But no, that tractor, I mean, I didn't go to the back of the barn. I didn't go back to the back of the shed. Anything that morning. You know, I didn't, that's not something I typically do. I mean, I just go to the barn feed, come back out. You know, I don't go check to see if there's a tractor there. He stays in it all the time. I mean, there was no reason for me to go and look. It was only when we were looking for Gary that I said something to Scott. I said, why is the tractor parked where it is?
Correct.
Is it stuck?
And why is that? Why would that? Can you explain why something like that would be concerning to me?
Because it was still stuck into the pile.
And because obviously, excuse me.
Because I asked Scott, I said, did you move the tractor?
And what Scott said.
He said, no. He said, I'm sure he did it doing, you know, messing stuff up.
Does anyone in your family, does anyone who is not in your family drive the tractor?
Only Gary and Scott.
And
And
you,
like I said, I've been on it.
and you were trained springish on how to drive it
Yeah.
recently.
Rear, yeah.
And you have driven it on your own before a couple of times.
Yeah. I mean, I took it down to the arena and drove it not long ago. It was a weekend that Chad and Amanda were there. And I just took it in the, you know, around through there.
Do you see the logical, common sense thing that I'm kind of, the picture that's kind of before us?
Is to why that I did the arena. I don't get what you're getting at.
The night of the 3rd.
But all I know,
No, I'm saying the night of the 3rd.
I don't get what you're at.
There's only so many ways certain things can happen.
I did not move that tractor.
I'm not necessarily saying that you did. So please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. You're riding around on the ATV. You see the tractor parked underneath the shed. Your husband was burning earlier. You know because I have told you that he was shot.
Right.
You know because I have told you that that fire cannot have consumed his body the level it was consumed naturally without people attending to it, without people helping it along, without it happening a bunch over time. This is, like I said, this is not a done instant thing. It's not somebody shot in a room and left. This is not that situation. This is not something that could have happened while you were walking out to the, were you going to the end of your driveway?
I did.
This is just not something that could have happened. You can't just walk to the end of your driveway. Someone has shot him and we found him in the basement. Everything that happened took time. It took energy. It took effort. It probably took.
Answer me this. Do you think he was shot in that basement?
Where do you think he was shot? I know what the evidence.
Last night.
I know what the evidence says. I know who's at the house. I can tell you the tractor and the Komodo are getting put on a thing and going to a crime lab to be fully processed.
I don't know.
I can tell you that, and no, I'm not, and that's why you know what? I know y'all had a horrible relationship. I know that.
Did nothing to him. I've never told my kids that I hope he has a heart attack and die. I would have never told my children that.
And I don't know why different ones of them would tell me that at different times at independent interviews when they hadn't had the time to talk. That doesn't make sense why that would be. What I look at when I do that, and just a side note, and I'm not saying, you were frustrated. I'm not saying you didn't make the comments out of frustration, but to say you never made the comments when both of them agree on almost even the phrasing of them in entirely separate independent interviews is a heck of a thing. That just doesn't happen.
I would tell Scott is, we're going to put this place up for sale, and you're going to have to go get a job and make a thing on your own. This is way too much for me to take care of. I did. I told him that on a very regular basis. We're going to keep on and we're going to put this place up for sale. But Gary would say the same thing too. It's too much. It's too whatever. It's too expensive. You know, I'm having to do for the other kids. I'm having to, you know, they're doling out. You know, they're taking money. You know, Chris is draining us. Like
Gary was just giving money away like it grew on trees. Like y'all, you know, I mean, he was giving money to everybody.
Yeah.
It's not, from what it sounds like, he controlled your spending a little bit more than probably would compared to how much he was giving away to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody was saying, it sounds like everybody was suckling on the teat for a farm phrase.
Mm-hmm. They were, except for Amanda. Because she's got it.
Sounds like her husband's well, or fiance's well off, so.
I won't say well off.
Wow. Compared to y'all, I mean,
You know,
so it sounds like all the other three were living off of daddy.
we're living off daddy.
And I have no doubt, based on some of the text messages I have seen, that frustrated you.
Oh yeah, it did.
To like no end.
To no end. I mean, I had told Emily not long ago, I mean, it was like last week, that I said, look, just giving you a heads up. I said, because I know that she was talking a good bit. And I said, look, I'm giving you a heads up that Chris is still taking money. He's booked a beach trip. I mean, you know, I said, and I gave the whole long list of things that he,
Absolutely.
you know, that he did. And I said, I'm giving you a heads up. This is stopping.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy. I'm going to stop you insanity. You know, and my thing was the girls were fixing to come in. I was going to sit Jenna down, Chris down, and explain to her how much, I mean, you know, and I had even talked to Amanda about, did you tell Jenna? She said, well, what is it? She said she's getting advantages of this.
Is it concerning to you?
That he keeps taking money?
No. Is it concerning to you how much money he gives away? Were y'all struggling financially?
I have no idea. I'm not privy to any of that.
Did he ever get on you for spending money?
Not bad. I mean, he would occasionally say, you know, like Kroger, that was one of the things. What'd you spend $38 for?
What about the $50,000 about 10 years ago when you were in Alabama attending your mom?
Yeah, I mean,
Was that a point of contention in your relationship? Because he had held that for taxes, something like that.
well, I mean, it was basically, I took half of what was in the account. And at that point in time, we had decided to separate. And, you know, that was not, you know, he knew I did. I said, well, look, you know, at that time, that was the only account that I still had money on. And I had been in touch with Lisa and Emily. That was when Emily was
What happened with all that money?
they just had the bank account, and just over time, it got used for different stuff, my mother, and just, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Do you have any caps on spending or anything?
But I also know not to abuse it.
What happens if you abuse it?
I don't.
Well, what happened if you did?
I don't do it.
Why would you cut off your phone?
Just because. I mean, it's like I could go leave.
I mean, it seems, because it sounds like he made an effort to cut off your phone. It wasn't like he just forgot to pay the bill.
Right.
Sounds like he made an effort to do it. It seems incredibly controlling is what it seems like.
He is very controlling to everybody. It's not just me. It's to everybody. I mean, even when the girls were in school and that kind of stuff, their debit cards were put to his account.
And I worked domestic violence for many years. Has he ever been physically abusive towards you in any way, shape, or form? Has he ever threatened to harm you?
Not really.
Not really, as in, like, how so?
The only thing that he would do was about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, he would come bust a door in, you know, to the bedroom and just stand over you and just scream. Why didn't you get this done today? Why didn't you get that done today? Why didn't you get, you know? But I always attributed to the fact that he'd sit down there and smoke cigarettes, drink Mountain Dew, and
He drank a lot of Mountain Dew.
he drank a lot of Mountain Dew. You know, and you get him calm down. You need to calm down. You know, you could talk him down out of it.
So if he got irate, you could easily calm him down.
Yeah. I mean, it would be, okay, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this. You know, and I had even bought a thing that is behind my door, you know, and it's a prop that you put against the door. In the nights that you would get that way, I just stick it under the door, and that way, you know, I wouldn't have to worry about him coming in. We're just standing there yelling and stuff. That would be when he would pick his time. He'd come in, he wouldn't say anything to anybody. You know, he'd come in, eat, you know, his iPad sitting right there, the island in the kitchen. Wouldn't say anything, but then he'd go down to the basement, and then he'd come back up. You know, well, why did so and so do this? And why did Emily do that? I don't know. Why don't you ask them?
So, okay. So, just.
But then after he got.
Does he have any life insurance policies or anything?
I have no idea. I know he had one that he had canceled it several years ago.
Who would stand to benefit if something happened to him? Sounds like he freely gave away his money.
Yeah.
Did anybody hate him?
No. No.
Did anybody not like him?
Oh, I can say probably all the kids, they loved him. They didn't necessarily like him. I mean, that's what I have always said. I love him.
How do you feel about him?
Oh, I love him to death. I don't necessarily like him. I did not like the person that he was at the time. He was the sweetest, most whatever person.
Did you like the way he treated you?
But I have a mother who's the same way.
So that's saying you did not, is what that tells me.
Right.
You didn't like the way you were treated. He didn't treat you well. He didn't treat you like a husband should treat his wife.
No.
He didn't care for you.
No. But that was normal to me.
He was not emotionally there for you.
No.
It sounds like y'all even interacting in front of Addison did not even speak to each other.
No. I mean, it would be.
It sounds like y'all barely even interacted.
Correct.
Y'all were going to lunch at the same restaurant at different times and passing each other without speaking.
And y'all didn't even sit at the same table or anything.
But he was sitting at a booth, but it has one chair to it, you know. But Scott and I were there together. He walked by both of us. never said a word to either one of us. Walked out the door. But that's not unusual. That's not the first time that's ever happened.
Sure, it's not.
You know, Scott and I just looked at each other and went, you know.
So, I mean, because there's so many things that would make sense to me. There's so many things that would make common sense. Something that I could go to my supervisors and explain.
My biggest fear, I mean, I can honestly tell you, and I have said that, and I've told the kids, my biggest fear, especially after he was in the hospital, is you went, okay, I know that he is a physically kind of a train wreck. And I had talked to him, I talked to the kids, you know, and I said, look, my biggest fear is something will happen to him, and I will be left with nothing. Because I mean, Amanda and I have had a conversation about it after, you know, especially in the last couple of years since his name was on the mortgage of Emily's house. And we have a condo in Tuscaloosa that she lived in, which made sense to buy a condo there at the time. And we kept it because the tornado went through there. We kept it rented, except for one short period of time that he did not do the homeowners association thing on it. So for a semester, it was not rented. And, you know, he said it was just an oversight on his part and there was a miscommunication. I said, well, if you pick up the phone and actually talk to somebody, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Well, he let me worry about it. So, don't worry about it.
What's your biggest fear now? What's your number one fear?
Is that now somebody, it was bad enough yesterday that he's dead. Now it fears that somebody has killed him. So we've got to get to that. Plus then I've got Amanda calling me first thing this morning that Emily is trying to get to the bank records, which is,
I've been told about that.
you know, understandable. I mean, you know, that Amanda was worried about that. My biggest fear was that Chris would clean out the account.
Her, Emily's husband.
No, my Chris.
Oh, you're Chris.
My Chris would do it.
Does anyone have access to the banks? Bank records or anything like that? Because what I heard Chris Payne was trying to get after the bank account information stemming from the law firm.
Emily would.
Why would they even remotely in any way, shape, or form ever get access to that?
Matter of fact, well, Amanda said yesterday, she said, well, can we find out the last transaction that he had made? So I called Emily and I said, you don't have to be on any of the bank stuff, will you? And she said, no. I said, okay.
Is anyone on the bank stuff that you
I
know
don't
of?
know.
So,
I mean, when I tell you he kept that on lock and key.
and I will say this, there are so many things. Because like I said, right now what we do is we paint a picture. We paint a picture based on interviews, paint a picture based on evidence we collect, based on observations we make, based on tangible things we can put our hands on, or we can photograph, or we can swab, or we can see. We have, we have countless detectives there now, crime scene techs. We had a forensic anthropologist out there. So pictures, and it starts out small and it gets more and more and more things get added in. So, you just put layer after layer after layer.
You're saying there's blood in the
after layer.
When we went through there yesterday, not any of us, I mean, me and Amanda and Chris and Scott and Cameron and Addison, we were all in that basement.
Okay.
We saw the blood.
The problem is you're looking for a 6'5", 300+ pound man.
True.
You're not looking for drops of blood here and there.
No.
Drops of blood here and there that have possibly been cleaned up and missed. As he said, we have trained crime scene investigators who have been to schools who are looking specifically for that. We're not looking for a 6'5", 300+ pound man anymore. We know where he's at.
People aren't walking through with flashlights. They're on their hands and knees. They're spraying chemicals that illuminate blood.
I mean, how much blood are you talking in that basement? I mean, would I have seen it walking through there?
There's blood in the basement. I will tell you that.
I don't.
We found other things in the basement.
Like,
Other things in the basement that are significant. We know how long it took. We know lengths of time things took. We know that moving somebody that's 300 pounds and 6'4" that's bigger than I am, that is a significant feat. We are putting layer upon layer upon layer upon layer on this picture. And right now, the only thing you're saying, bear with me for a second, the only thing we're saying is that you don't know anything about anything. That does not, and you know what? That, I will tell you, that does not make sense to me from a very just simply, based on the information that I know, that does just simply not make logical sense in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not saying that you maliciously went down there and did something to him in any way, shape, or form. Please do not misunderstand me. Given y'all's relationship and his temper, if he came after you and you defended yourself, now is the time that we need to talk about that, because if we prove that something happened later, it's more difficult to make that argument. But you know what? I'm not saying that didn't happen, so I'm not accusing you. What I'm saying is something happened in that house and on that property when you were there. Something that did not happen in the blink of an eye, something that took time, something that took people, something that took moving. The tractor was moved from Tuesday night, and Gary could not have done it.
The RTV was moved in the middle of the night, and Gary could not have done it.
Things were done. Things happened.
what are you saying? It was moved in the middle of the night.
You said
Hold on.
you parked it in one spot and woke
Yeah,
up,
but
and
that
it
was
was
during the day.
That was the next. But the tractor wasn't. And here's the thing. Even
But
at the end of the day,
what?
what
Out too. I just assumed that Scott could come in.
you did
Gary
then,
had done,
and I'm telling
know.
you that we can find evidence to prove that that is not how it went down,
Okay,
and that is
but
not what
still,
happened now.
I don't know. I mean, I was with Amanda in jail in Cameron.
Okay. But the night of the 3rd, the only person there until 11:30.
Was me.
Yes. And then after that, you were still there. His body was burned in that fire pit. Unquestionable, you saw it with your own 2 eyes. 11:30, that fire is still going.
Yeah. I mean,
In
Scott,
that time frame, you don't have
But Scott was there from that time on.
nobody came through the woods and was sitting there tending to this fire for time.
But Scott was on that property at that point in time too.
After 11:30, absolutely
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that fire was going then. You were in your house after he got there. Nothing happened in your house after Scott got home that you didn't hear. It is absolutely, unequivocally impossible that you did not hear it and that you heard nothing going on in your house that night.
Right.
So we are looking at narrow time frames, and we are looking at significant periods of time and effort and manpower and energy. And the I don't know anything does not make sense. It doesn't jive. It doesn't match the evidence, and it just doesn't work.
But I don't know the time frame. I mean, I know when I saw him.
You realize, though, this makes no sense,
I do.
right? And you realize that I have had hundreds of conversations with people that have lost loved ones, people who have had loved ones shot and we didn't know who did it, people that have had loved ones who they have done something bad to. I have had these conversations with people on both ends of both sides of the spectrum. I've had countless ones. People tend to act certain ways, whether they want to or not.
But I'm honestly telling you, I don't know.
And the problem is that just doesn't fit. It's absolutely impossible that you don't know. I'm saying it is the evidence we have, it is absolutely impossible. And like I said, I'm not saying that something terrible didn't happen in there. He didn't attack you. He didn't catch you with your boyfriend. I'm not saying that. I'm just not. If you were defending yourself, you were defending yourself.
Yeah, there was no defense. There was no argument. There was no nothing. I mean, Scott was there when I broke the plate. Gary was in at the barn.
And that was the second. So the night before, the day before.
Yeah, or, I mean,
So
I think Monday night.
So is there another plate broken? You keep talking about the plates. We've got two.
Yeah.
Why do we keep going back to broken plates?
I mean, because
You
there's
keep
evidence of a fight, of a, whatever.
There's evidence. There's evidence.
But
And that's what I'm
all
saying.
that I know.
Your statement about I don't know anything, I can't answer that question. None of that makes sense. When you're out and about on the property, you're in the RV, the tractor gets moved, the evidence we've gotten in the basement, the evidence we got from his body.
I mean, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary when we were all down there yesterday.
We did.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
We did.
Walking down there, I'm telling you, just taking a quick glance, looking for a 6'5", 300-pound man, you're not going to see it. We are on our hands and knees with flashlights.
We are looking underneath.
Combing
chairs.
every inch of your basement, finding every cobweb you've missed when you dust. And we're finding this stuff.
Whenever it's a good point.
It's there. It's going to come out when we release our reports. It's there. We're not bluffing you, I promise.
And I'm just telling you, I'm not, and like I said, I'm just saying that I don't know. If you had, if somebody else came over, we need to know.
We did not argue that night. There was no,
What happened that night?
Before we break, I'm going to give y'all a little instruction. I've done this in other cases as well. This evidence is being offered to you for the statements of the defendant. I want to caution you that what the officers say during the interview are non-testimonial and may or may not be true. And they may merely be being made to elicit a response from the defendant. You should not consider anything stated by the officers as being true unless it is supported by the evidence. All right. We'll take a break. We'll try to start back at 15 till.
Nothing. There was only discussion. Are you cooking? No. There's no point in me cooking a big meal when I've got all this food still in my refrigerator that we need to eat. Okay. That was it. That was a discussion about food. That was it. That was it.
And you realize that doesn't make sense. Does that concern you?
Yeah. It does. Because I don't know. I can't imagine what's in that basement. There was no argument. There was nothing in that basement.
Your house is immaculately decorated. Everything's in its place.
Yeah.
Every wall's decorated. There's pictures everywhere. There's a bare spot where a picture obviously was in your basement.
Yeah, because we took it down and put it, you talking about right there as you go up the basement stairs?
Mm-hmm.
It's now hanging in what they consider the wine cellar. Scott and I finished that, put the shiplap on the wall. I painted this furniture put in there. We moved the 2 chairs. They used to be in my other house in the one upstairs. And then that room up until this year was just a storage room that we just shoved everything in at the end. Scott and I got down there, put the shiplap up, stuck up the walls, painted it. The hutch in there was my mother's. And I painted
So that picture was moved how long ago?
when Scott and I finished that room,
Which would have been?
first part of this year.
So your house is that well decorated, and you removed that picture and left holes in the wall where the anchors are.
Yeah.
You don't seem like the type to leave it that way.
It was just one of those things. We moved it, and I knew that I was going to paint the entire wall to do it. So that basement was repainted during the fire, and there was several other things that Scott actually did the tile work that's underneath there. We had to rip off some molding and stuff when we do that. And it's got still all be, touched up and done. And I was just gonna have Chris's painters come in and retouch up several other places through the basement. And it was just my thing, I'll have them fix it when they do all that. Because that was part of their, we paid them to do the basement. Scott and I painted it first off. Didn't paint it out to the fire because Scott and I chiseled up in the kitchen area and then on down the hallway into that thing. There was tile down there, and Scott and I chiseled it up and got it, everything ready for the flooring to be put down.
Okay.
And that was just part of the deal that Chris's painters would come, and do the touch up and stuff that was done from it. And I had just left it.
Okay.
But that big picture, yeah, I moved it to that room. It's down there on the very end. That was a picture that was hanging.
Makes sense.
Like my study, I've been painting on it now for quite some time. And the ceiling, I put a coat of primer on the ceiling not too long ago and have not come back to finishing coats on the ceiling. So, it's stuff doesn't get done like what it used to. Yes, every wall in my house, but you've got to understand, my other house everything was bought for that house and everything, so we bought a house intentionally so that all the furniture would come back to it and have a home for it.
Sure.
And that kind of stuff. So, I've bought kitchen table. I've bought that since we've been in the house. But other than that, that's it. There hasn't been anything else bought for this house. Like I said, Scott and I got down there and did what they consider the wine cellar down there. And did it this year, and he burned the walls and did, but he and I worked together.
Okay.
And he did the tile work and stuff.
It's just one of those things we noticed and said, we need to find out, get an answer for this. And that's a perfectly logical answer.
Yeah. Scott couldn't tell. Scott's the one who moved it.
And that's why I wrote a note, because next time I speak with Scott, I'll have him verify it, and then we can completely move past that because it's a verified statement. Make sense? Thank you.
But yeah, I do. My house is always clean. It just is.
Did you see it the night of the 3rd? Did anything suspicious happen? Anything at all? Anything that caught your attention? Anything that was strange? Anything that was out of the ordinary?
No, except that the horses were out. But I just attributed it to the fact that there was fireworks.
And did you see the tractor underneath the shed before or after you put up the horses? If you don't remember, it's okay. It was around the same time, though. You were out, you were attending to them, you were catching the horses, you saw the tractor, dusk.
Yeah, because can I say that it was there? No, yes, I don't know. I guess it was there.
No, it was there. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just the time frame of that. That was all kind of
I went and during that
dusk-ish.
Yeah, because I went back over there and made sure that the goats were locked up and actually moved a log that keeps over there, put it in front of that door too.
And that's
like
when
I said, all the animals.
And the tractor was underneath the shed.
I would say yes.
No, you said absolutely. You were exceedingly positive of it earlier.
Yeah,
it was parked under the shed.
Yeah, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary that it would be, is there. And because I can remember thinking, I thought at some point in time during all this, I thought that the aerator was on the tractor, and it wasn't. The rate was on it. And I can't change temperaments on it, so. Never done it, hadn't tried it, not done it, Like I said, I rarely use that tractor because.
How big is the aerator? Is that like punch holes, or do you fill it up with water and just runs over the ground?
It's sitting up there underneath the shed. I mean, it's new. We hadn't had it for a few weeks.
Okay.
Scott and Gary went over and picked it up at the FedEx place over in Buford or somewhere like that.
Mhm.
So, and they kind of had to rig it in order to make it heavy.
And that's what I was curious. What gave it the weight?
Right. Right. It's got
Oh.
2 big tubs. Now, whether they came on it or not, I don't know, or if that's something that Scott rigged
Mhm.
to put weight in it. Honestly, don't know what's in it. What's in there?
Okay. So, Tuesday night, nothing other than the horses being out.
Doesn't been out. But I just
Caught your
attributed it to, you know, fireworks are going off everywhere. You know, you're just like, really? Can y'all please not shoot these fireworks? I mean, you know, because they're just running them up.
Mhm.
And I mean, you know, and I thought, did he leave the gate open or did they bust a gate through? I mean, you know, because they will do that on camera.
Were you able to, could you tell when you went and actually put them up, could you tell what had happened?
No.
But you locked them back, so they
But I
were
locked them back.
secure.
They were secure.
And then around that time is when you saw the tractor, you were on the Ford
The RTV.
RTV.
Yeah.
I'll get that name right when it's.
But yeah, I mean, I had to go back up, open up the gate, you know, at the front entrance, put it back, you know, that kind of stuff, knowing Scott's going to come in, you know, so I mean, we just don't leave that gate shut.
Mhm.
Now, we will occasionally come in and it will be shut. And it's like, how'd that gate get shut? You know, we don't, I've never thought that much about it.
Mhm.
I mean, it's been quite a couple of years ago that Gary was gone to his mom. Well, no, actually, it was a year ago, this last February, when his mom was ill. And he was gone, and I got up one morning, and my garage door was open. And I am adamant about shutting that garage door.
Mhm.
And my garage door was up. And I just contributed to the fact, I mean, there's a keypad there. And Scott can come over there. All the kids have access to it. And I thought, man, it just, you know, Scott's been over here my garage door. I didn't think that much about it. But still, it was just that, you know, it's up.
Does anyone have guns at the house?
Scott doesn't very well.
What kind of guns does he have?
He's got that Benelli, Beretta, whatever, shotgun. I think it's downstairs in the closet. And then there is I think a 22. And it was in Gary's closet. Now, whether it's still there or not, I don't know.
Gary's closet being like the one in y'all's, like the master
In the
bathroom.
master bathroom, that's the one to the right.
Okay.
And it was in there, but I don't know whether it's still in there or not.
Okay.
Because basically his laundry, I just open up that door and hang up his dry cleaning. And then when I actually physically do his laundry, I put it in a laundry basket and put it sit on my bed. And he puts it away. So I mean, I'll just go in there and grab his thing that I'll be starting closing. It's a rolling thing. I just grab it, roll it out, shut the door.
Okay. And no, any handguns or anything that you've ever seen?
Scott's got a handgun. I do know. There were several handguns of my dad's. But Scott, when he was in Columbus,
Those got lost or stolen.
he said they got stolen. But I know that there's been one gone. Because I had gotten on Scott, and it's been a while ago, about we don't need guns loaded, not with kids.
What it look like?
Pistol. Good thing. I thought.
Are you familiar with like revolvers versus semi-automatic handguns or anything like that? Well, like, did it look like one of those that has the thing on the top that goes back, or did it look like it had one of the things that spin? Like when you fired a gun, it spins in the middle. You like flip it out like the old timey guns.
It looked like an old timey gun.
Was it an old timey gun though, or did it look newer? Just that style?
No, because I remember, I think he and I had a conversation about it being rusty or something like that.
Okay. Was it in a case or was it just sitting out in the open?
It was just up there. It was in the tool room where he's got all the guns hanging on the wall. In the tool room over there, there's an open up cabinet, and it was laying up there. And that was at some point in time when the girls were here, and that may have even been last summer. And I actually took it and put it in the tack room up, you know, to where that they could either one.
What color was it?
Silver, maybe, because I had just.
And how long ago was this that you saw it?
Oh, I think this was last summer when the girls were here.
So, like a year
Oh,
ago.
it's been a year. Yeah, because I got on to it till even done.
And where did you see it when you left?
I took it in there and put it up, I think, above in my grandmother's kitchen cabinet. It's in there in the tack room, and I put it up there. But now I know Scott's had it since then, because he asked me where I put it.
And that was the last you'd seen it.
And that's the last I seen it.
Have you ever seen any other handguns that Cherokee would have had?
Yeah. Now, I know at one time he had some of my dad's handguns, but I never did see what he had done, you know. I know he used to keep one in the top of his closet, but I don't ever get up there in his closet or anything. I know I painted it back, I don't know, I think 3 years ago, his closet. He took everything out of his closet, I painted it, and he put everything back.
Okay.
In his closet. And matter of fact, he got rid of a bunch of clothes. And
What if I told you we found evidence of the shooting in the basement? Not saying he was shot there, just simply saying evidence that suggests that he was shot was found in the basement.
in my basement? I would be very surprised.
Okay. We'll be surprised.
Because I just, like I said, I mean, you would think if there was a shooting in my basement, I would have seen evidence of that when I was walking through there. As many times as we walked through that basement.
Well, we found the evidence. And like I said, I'm just saying there's evidence of a shooting in the basement. Phrasing it very specifically.
Inside my house.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. 100%.
See, I don't see
As
that.
real as I am right here before you.
There's blood on both levels. There's blood in your kitchen.
In my kitchen?
Absolutely.
No, that I haven't seen. Not at all. I mean, like I said, I added Cameron or Addison once spilled orange juice in my kitchen, and I got down on my hands and knees and cleaned up that orange juice. I mean, I'm adamant about, you know, my kitchen floor with anybody comes in and out. So no, I saw nothing. I mean, like I said, when, you know, Motley bit him the other day, but I didn't think anything about it.
It wasn't that significant of a bite.
It wasn't.
It maybe left a mark, but it wasn't like he was bleeding.
Well, I mean, like I said, on Sunday, Amanda made the remark about what happened to your ankle, you know, kind of thing. And he just Motley bit me, which I knew that he bit at him, but I didn't, you know, even, I mean, I looked down and saw it, and it was, I mean, you know, it was like one, he had like scrape marks on this side of one ankle, and then on the other one, he had a, you know, right in the very back of his, you know, leg. But I still didn't, I mean, I thought, and that's probably what he's just telling her.
And blood by itself, okay. Blood with other evidence of a gun being fired is different.
Right.
And you see why evidence, and more evidence. See why the answer of I don't know is getting progressively more difficult for me to be able to, you see, right?
I do see.
I don't know if I'm explaining it very well. It is just insufficient for what we have now.
I understand none of this makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it does not make sense to me. I mean, I'll be honest with you, it does not make sense to me.
Well, what does make sense to you?
There is nothing about any of this that makes sense to me. I mean, my world yesterday got turned literally upside down. Literally. And then last night, he told me that, you know, evidence of the shooting. I mean, it was just, I mean, we discussed on telling kids, you know, and stuff. How do I walk in and tell my daughter? mean, I'm just numb at that time. I mean, we've been here working like hours. You know, he brought Scott in here, talked to him, and then was it you who told Amanda last night?
I didn't tell her. I told you and Scott were the only two. I told somebody else told Amanda, I guess.
And I talked to Chris. Chris was begging me to find out who shot him. So was Scott.
Oh, well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I want you to find out. But I will tell you, honestly, you know, I did not do it. I don't know who did it, but I did. I would have never taken responsibility. I had my daddy die when I was 36. I wouldn't have stayed home.
Well, and you know, there's even, and here's the thing, there's even provisions in the law for things that are like self-defense. There's provisions in the law for things that are like things that happen at the spur of the moment, you know, crimes of passion, if you will.
Yeah.
Like things that are just so insightful that people just react without thinking. These are all outlined in the law. Things, and what I'm saying is without a doubt, it does not make sense to me that you don't know anything. It does not fit the evidence we've gotten. And with you sticking with, I don't know anything, and I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anyone, and I didn't hear anything, and this body got burned over the course of a significant period of time, and someone had to come out there and tend to it and work at it and pour stuff on it.
Clean up the house, clean up the tractor, clean up the RTV.
And we're looking at all of these things together, and the entire amount of things to move a 300-pound, 6'4" man, and you are just saying, I was literally like 10 feet away the whole time, and I can't tell you nothing. That does not, it just doesn't jive. I mean, and you have to see why that doesn't jive. Like, it has to make sense.
I guess at this point in time, with this, I'm going to do like what, you know, one of my husband's partners said, get an attorney at this time. I mean, because I'm telling you, I don't know. And you're still here telling me, basically, you do know. And I don't know. I do not know. I would have never, ever done what you're explaining to me. God, I would have never, ever have done it. Never. Never in a million years. I had nothing to gain by him dying. I had everything to lose. Everything to lose. Like I said, my name was on nothing. Nothing. I mean, I don't know that. I know when we bought that house, my name was on the house. It's not on the mortgage, but it was on the house. But I have a feeling, given the amount of money that I know that he has doled out to the kids and they have taken, I would probably say that house is mortgaged to me. I don't know that. Because he didn't have to have my signature. He didn't get that. But I would just about bet my life if it is. So I would have nothing to gain. Matter of fact, I mean, I would be 1,000 times worse off. Nothing to gain. I mean, like I said, I know that his life insurance was canceled. I mean, you know, he canceled it. I think it was a term policy that he had taken out before I think we ever moved here, which that was in 95. And I think it turned, you know, and given his health and stuff, you know, he just couldn't keep it up. It'd been like, I think, several $1,000s a month to keep it up. So, I mean, like his 401k, I know I had signed back maybe a couple of years ago or so, the thing for him to draw money out of the 401k. That was when Emily got married. So he was going to use that to pay for her wedding, which was to the tune of $30,000. And I'm like, why are we taking money out of the 401k to pay for a wedding to a guy that is a felon? But Wells Fargo and I signed it for him to take it out. So that made me think, I said, Gary, are we in trouble financially? Are we in trouble? No, just right now, I just have, this money. But he got 12 draws a year, plus that, and then 4 draws to pay taxes. But then November and December, and sometimes October, he would get 2 draws. And then at the very end of the year, he would get our last draw. But like I said, I was never privy to any of that. Now, he did make mention that he was going to tell Chris and Scott that they had to make a tax payment in April. And he said not to be going out and spending anything unnecessarily on that. Which, that's just a standard procedure, that in April, you just don't, I've never, he does all the taxes, all that kind of stuff. I have no, he calls them electronically, every year. And I know this makes no sense that I know nothing about the finances. I know that. It doesn't, I've had, several conversations with, especially some carers in the hospital with kids, so it scares me to death that something happened to that. I am petrified that something will happen. Because I'm going to be left. Probably nothing. He said, but I can't. Like I said, I don't spend an extravagant amount of money. Yes, my house is furnished very nicely, but Gary and I basically have done that together for 38 years. I know he went over to Terra Jewelry where Amanda works this last December. He bought some jewelry for his mom, and he bought me a ring over there. And he gave it to me. He said, Amanda just kind of pushed me into buying this ring. I said, well, you can take it back. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. He bought me a neat coat like several years ago. And he gave it to me, but I can't have my wife being the only one not showing up neat coat. Too late. So I don't believe me too. Girls can have it. I'm not saying I don't have, third class is still bought it. My house is furnished very much. But it's like I said, it's taken 30 years to get it done. But I would have never, ever believed that to do that. Like I said, my daddy died, and I would wish that on my children. Amanda's getting married next year. We're in the process of coming to, she deserved to have her daddy walk her down the aisle, just like Amanda did. Emily. We've got a brand new grandbaby, and I begged him to go and get, see what's wrong with you. We've got Olivia. She's precious. I want you to live to see her. And you just really want to go. And that was my ultimate. Scared to death that something would happen to him. I had told, especially Amanda, it terrifies me that something will happen to there. Because she had said the other day, you know, we're talking about how much money that Chris was taking out and stuff. And I said, you know, now he's got the speech trip. And, you know, what? And she said, Chad's dad was pistol whipped not long ago. And I was talking to her about having to take care of him. You know, look, you get the family, and you do. And I said, she said, yeah, but I wasn't bargaining for that. And he said, but that's what you get when you get to, you know, when you're in a marriage, you get a family. I said, you know, and if he doesn't have a mother-in-law who isn't a member in care facility either. And I said, but I do. And his dad was sick for a long time, had Parkinson's. You just get it. And I explained all that to her and whatever, and she said, well, I keep putting it in perspective that if something happens today, she said, we'll probably have to take care of him. And I said, I don't think that. I don't know. I said, no, I said, look, I just kind of sugarcoated it. And she said, you know what's going to happen is that Emily is probably on everything, or will want to be on everything, and she will control it. And Chris Payne is going to take it all, swindle it all away, just like he did his mom's stuff. And you will be left with nothing. And then she called this morning, the first thing. Emily's already trying to get in, you know, to the finances. So, wait, here it goes. And Chris is having a fit because, you know, I called it somebody at the firm and said, look, we need to put a stop on everything. But how do I do that? I'm not on the accounts. I can't call those things. I can't walk into a Wells Fargo and say, hey, you know, I'm not allowed to do anything on that. He said, I'll call appropriate people and see what I can do. I mean, like I said, nothing is in my hand. I mean, one of the other detectives this morning said, is there a will? I said, I have no idea. No idea. None whatsoever. I said, he keeps everything at his law office. I said, he's on the floor that, I mean, I can't walk in that law firm and just walk in. I would have to be escorted into his office. But that's protocol for everybody. You know, nobody's just allowed. I mean, there'd be a law firm. But I called him today and told him, I said, look, if anyone shows up or Chris Payne shows up or even my Chris shows up, don't let them get in my office. Just because I thought, well, they just escort them from there. They can put their kids and, you know. I mean, I haven't been down there. I don't think I've been into that office since I know I went in before we bought this house. Because Amanda and I went in down there to get one of the Alabama pictures that's in the basement. And we picked it up. And that's the last time I think I've been in that office. 7 years. And I still have a reason to go down. But I mean, that was the conversation that Amanda and I had. Because we went to a wedding thing. And that was when Chad was talking about his dad. And it was like the day or two after that, because he got home hospital. And they were going to figure out what to do with him. And that's when I talked to him, and that's when we had that conversation. You know, she said, it terrifies me. I said, oh, it does me too. She said, because we could be in the same way. We'd have to take care of him. I mean, like I had a friend who her husband died back several years ago, and she was kind of left in the same boat, except she found out that he had mortgaged everything to him, and she couldn't go to grocery store and buy groceries, and she was basically left destitute. And I said, that's my biggest fear, is to find out something like that. Because I said, he makes great money. I do understand that. To a normal person, he makes an astronomical amount of money. But I couldn't give you a certain amount of what people think. I'm not privy to that. And there was nothing that came through. I mean, I basically know what goes into that bank account, you know, on the 31st of every month, or the 30th, depending on when it falls. There's, you know, about $20,000 it is. But you see, in our place, it's expensive to keep it up, especially when you've got 3 other kids that you're then it was $3,000, and I don't know how long that's been going on. I mean, he could have been doing that as long as she's lived in that house. I don't know. I mean, like I said, they look for a $40,000 house, they look for $60,000 vehicles. It's furnished to the hilt. Everything she wears is designer, and you know, like I said, we've done the spreadsheet. It don't add up. And Gary couldn't make a house payment all this time. You know. But like I said, right now I could probably to an ATM machine and take out money. Because as soon as he'd be gone, it'd be like that. I know when my dad died, that's what happened. And my grandson was just, as soon as he died, everything was like that. I mean, the only money I have is what's in my wallet, which is probably about $100. And that wouldn't be enough to, you know. I mean, yeah, I could go, you know, go to his 11, you know, go eat a couple of times. I mean, my world is literally falling apart in the last 20 years. I mean, I've got 4 kids. Yeah. Person's got to have their demons. They do. They've always got hers. You know, the guy that she's married to. Which is hard enough on a day-to-day basis going about. You know, Ella and Maddie were coming. You know, I knew that was going to be an uphill fight with him because of how last summer that he's standing in my driveway. You know, I would beat you beyond recognition. And the next time I see you, it's going to put you in the grave and bottom. Okay? Because of my property, and he just kept on. And I did. I threatened to call the cops. I even called Gary home. And then it got that bad that he was just dead in there, just, you know. And I said, Scott, I said, Gary, Scott, Chris, you've obviously been drinking. You were obviously, the girls have told me that they have found cocaine at your house. And you're not going to take these girls. They're my girls, they're whatever. And Gary let him take them when he got home. He said, you don't need to fight that fight. I said, Gary, you've heard what Ella had reported. Look how he talks to them. You've heard it. It's horrible. It's beyond horrible. I said, we've had to go in there and pick them up. And I know that Chris absolutely despises me because I'm the one who preaches to him all the time about making money. I said, Chris, you're leaving us no thing but to go after you legally. And I said, you know, if I have to sit Jenna down and talk to her, what am I going to do to get you to stop this? I said, it's not fair to the other kids. I can't do all the kids this way. But that's what I said when, you know, bought Emily's house. I mean, I told her, I said, Emily, it's not fair. I can't buy them all for $100,000. I mean, it's a horrible situation. But this, I mean, it's like I told Amanda this morning when she got there to the house, I said, this has become a spiraling out of control in a matter of hours. And I don't know. I mean, like Amanda said today, she said, do you think Chris Payne could have had it arranged? Thinking that his money train. I said, when his money train runs out, he'll be gone. I mean, Emily was his 22-year-old mistress. He was married when they started seeing each other. I said, he'll never have to. I think that was Gary's biggest fear, that Emily would be left with a baby. And that's why he doubled that money. He believed. I mean, when I called him that day and told him, I said, they've taken Chris Payne to jail. They brought their newborn baby and they carted him to jail. And I asked him, can you just come? Please come. And Emily, I think she talked to him and whatever, told him any reason to come. And so he did. But I wound up staying 2 weeks. Just to get them him going to court, all that kind of stuff. And see if he was going to be extradited to Tuscaloosa. I'm like there's time. I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, like Amanda said yesterday, she said, Chris and Scott, she said, I can tell you right now, Chris and Scott are going to do everything to make her happy. She said, I hate to say that about my own siblings, but that's what they're going to do. She said, because they've said it and talked through it all the time. She said, that's what they're going to do. And she said, I know you would never hurt her daddy. I said, no, I would never. I said, I stayed up there with him at the hospital, the entire time, thinking, I've watched my daddy die, I've watched my mother have a heart attack, and I told him, after all the kids left, I went there one day, I sat there and begged him. I said, Gary, I can't watch anybody else die. I can't, especially not with heart trouble. I said, it's a horrible death. It's not a pretty type of death. You've got to quit. You've got to quit. And I quit buying Mountain Dew. So Kevin, you try for this far. You can take one about one big for you take one after another. We knew that's what he was doing. But I couldn't make it stop. And I know to the outside world that the way that we lived was strange. I do know that. But it worked for us. He basically lived his life. I lived mine, and we met. So we still had a home. To the outside world, it looked great. Yeah, all the kids knew it didn't. But, like Amanda said, we used to. We couldn't even ask him, like, how's your mom doing? He would look up. It didn't matter because she's fine. Terry, I just saw her, she's not fine. But that was an imperfection. But I did not kill the man. And I do not even do. I would not have stayed with him for this long. I knew when we separated back, 2 years ago, that, I'm the one who called him back up. We met in Birmingham. And I said, we can't do this. We can't part ways. We can't. We just can't. We got 4 kids together. Got 2 bed with Ellen and we're just babysitting. And I said, we got to figure out a way. No matter how we live, that's how we do. So we basically lived in my other house, and we had 2 separate staircases, and everybody kitchen was common ground, and there was a bonus room upstairs, and that's where I'd watch TV and hung out and stuff. And he stayed downstairs in the D. Okay. But he liked it that way. I mean, he's got a brother and 2 sisters that are that way. And the sister that's married, her and her husband, he lives upstairs, she lives downstairs. So that was normal to him. His parents lived very different. I mean, were that way too. So just, his brother, I think, and his wife, pretty much, John's very quiet, very reserved, and very, it was normal for us. I know it doesn't seem normal to the outside world, but it was hard. I mean, we talked about what you had to talk about, and that was, daily chores. You might do it once a week, twice a week, This has got to be done, that's got to be done. I'm having the gutters cleaned out, this is broke, so I'm calling to have that fixed. Okay? And that's what Scott and I did every day. That's what. But I promise you with all that I am, I did not hurt him. And I do not never do. And we all just kind of left him alone. It was just easier that way. So you open the door, make sure that the wood's not on fire, you shut it. So, okay. I mean, like I told him yesterday, he slept with a CPAP machine. He slept with the door locked. But there's 2 windows that look into that bedroom, so you could look over and, he's still breathing. But it was not, he would have, as we call them, the infamous Farris spells, because his mother had spells like it. He would sleep, for hours and hours and hours. I mean, it wouldn't be unusual for him to sleep 16, 18, 24 hours, but, to get through these spells. So that used to him not being up, but that was not unusual for him not to be up either. I mean, even Scott, when he called, he said, "I'm third playing golf." He said, "What's Daddy doing?" He said, "Well, I haven't seen him up, so I'm assuming he's still in bed." But then when I went by and saw the fan was on blowing out, I literally went to the bottom of the steps and blew and, well, the fan's on, so he's up. Didn't think anything about it. Nothing. Because all I'm thinking was they sitting there smoking. Which was not unusual either. And it was nothing unusual. I mean, even, we just didn't go look for him. I mean, like the other weekend when the kids are all home, I mean, he finally came up by the time that we were going to eat and got a shower. And he sat and held Olivia out on the deck for a little while. I mean, it was not unusual for him not to come over when the kids were there. And he'd stay out and somewhere out on the park. And that was just the way it was. But I can promise you, I did not hurt him. And I don't know who did. I would never had anybody do it to him. I mean, it's like I told Amanda this morning, she said, "Do you really think that Chris or Scott won or Chris Payne would have done it?" And I said, "I cannot imagine anybody doing that." I said, but yet Scott picked up, the stuff that was in that fire. Do you know immediately what it was? You know, that I've got Chris coming in and, you know, telling me I'm getting my daughter out of here before the shit hits the fan. I said, what? What's going to shake down, Chris? What's going to shake down? We just can't find your daddy right now. But his travel CPAP machine's gone. You know? But that wasn't unusual either if he left town and didn't tell anybody. I mean, I called his secretary. This man didn't know discussed, you know. I said, because his CPAP, the small CPAP machine was gone. And she said, well, would you left town? And I said, well, yeah, he's left town before and hadn't told anybody. But I did. I called Angela. I said, you heard, you know, do you know any travel plans he had? Or because she knew more about his life. But I know back when he had his gallbladder out. Not long, I think, after my daddy died. So in the late 90s. He had his gallbladder out, and we were on our way down to the hospital, and he called his secretary to move some money from one account to the other. I said, you mean she can move money and I can't? He said, she's there in the bank building. Okay. But did we not find another one? He just didn't want to be with that. It was easier not to. Because he wasn't going to change. You know, but you're thinking, I mean, on the flip side of that is, you know, I'm sitting here paying our house and furnished and lights. I have everything that I could want. I just don't have it. But, you know. But that's been 38 years. I mean, I raised the kids for very well. But it worked for us. We didn't get an all-out brawls. And it was nothing. I mean, he'd blow in and you'd get your tongue lashing and, you know, out he'd go. But I could pretty much talk him down. Amanda gave me a book several years ago about some sort of personality disorder thing, and I read it, and I said, oh, it describes that too. But I read the book and actually went to a seminar that they kind of had on it. And you learned how to talk to him. It wasn't, I mean, for instance, it was like, you know, hey, you need to put coat on his coat outside. You didn't say something like that. It would be, you know, that coat would probably look very nice on you today. Why don't you wear it? And you got stuff. You just, you know, did it. You didn't say, hey, you know, you left all the dishes out on the, you know, kitchen counter. Did I say that? Yeah. But it would be, you know, could you please help me out? You know, I've had this, that, you know, all this kind of stuff to do. You know, could you help? And you would usually do it. It would be okay. You know, after you kind of talk him through it. But his sister and I talked not long ago. And about the mental issues that were in the family. The sister had electric shock treatments, bipolar, schizophrenia, and that kind of stuff. And his mother and dad both had some mental issues. His mother had been working, and now she's on an antipsychotic drug, but she's in a memory care facility and gets very agitated and frustrated. And Gary had tried to kill himself twice before we got married. And she said, well, did you ever really know what happened? And I said, no, not really. I said, I know one time they took bottle pills and the other time he slit his wrist. She said, Mom and Daddy always blamed you because you were threatening to break up with him. You know, if you could do something. And I said, but I was not privy to any of that. I was never told any of that. So I said, I never. So she kind of like me a little more, but she's only 12 at the time, so she didn't know that too much, you know, about it. And she said, she just kind of laughed it off and said, you know, Prozac and bottled liquor will cure anything. I said, no, that's not cure anything. I said, I'm scared that Gary's getting, make sure your mom or dad, I said, he sits and wrings his hands a lot, just, like this. And I said, I'm hoping he's not getting Parkinson's like that. I said, but he does seem to have memory problems. I said, but that's only when he has these spells. And she said, well, is he having mini strokes and stuff? And I said, I don't know. I said, he would not go back to follow up. It was just kind of like in a discussion about it. She kind of enlightened me in the mental issues that were in the family. Because it's just something that was never really talked about. And his dad would go in and they put him in the hospital to cold rest. And then I found out that it was to take him in and get my pills, alcohol. So, there was a lot of dysfunction. So you just attributed a lot of that to that's just what he is. He and I had, discussions about what did you and I used to talk about on the telephone. And I could talk to him more on the phone than I could person to person. Or if you really wanted to, it would be a text message. Like Amanda emailed me yesterday. I'm going to send him a simple response to that. A typical response for him was, I'm driving right now, my kid's home. So everybody got that. It wasn't, I know Chad called me one day. He said, well, I tried to call, Mr. Farris. And I got the usual response because he was downtown and across from his office. And he was still, hollering. And he said, well, I got the typical response for driving. He said, I wonder where he's going. That's their age. Don't take it personally. That's his response. He did not Chad at all. He made no bones about the fact he did not Chad. And I said, I don't understand why you don't like Chad. He seems like a very nice, respectable, guy, but yet Christine, he thinks those things in sliced white bread. He's got a rap sheet a mile long. I don't know if there's one on this, I don't know what to do. And I talked to Harry Darlington this morning, and the split, they're all showing up at my house. I've got one child who's going to go, come down there and get on the banking and stuff and worry about my other. I said, I'm telling you right now, I'm putting all my cards out on the deck. This is what is going on. I need to know. And he was going to. He said, I will call you back and give you the information when I get back to here with you. I had talked to him, but he said, I'm still having to work on things. I'll get back. I said, well, this is Amanda's phone. Okay. And he told me, he said, if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel whatever, then tell them you want representation. And I said, well, I haven't been made to feel uncomfortable yet. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to, anything. He said, yeah, but you still need to kind of cover your ass. He said, because you don't know where you're at. I said, I've got Amanda telling me that my two boys are going to implicate me. And she said, this family has got to stick together. It can't be sticking knives in anybody. It can't be anybody trying to one up. She said, you're the only parent that we've got, at this point. She said, you're my mother. Okay, and I'm not going to let anyone know. I'm not going to. And she had said this last weekend that she was going to basically, clean everybody's spot. She said, I'm tired of everybody running over the law. And take it and take it and take it. But, there was nothing like said. Everybody seemed to have a good time. Everybody, Chris came in as usual. He was supposed to cook all the meat and stuff that he did. And just got, he barbecued everything, cooked it on the smoker. And it was fine. Emily said she was going to pick sides for everybody and that kind of stuff she did. That was fun. It was fun. I did not. I didn't. Like I told him last night, I'm not going to sit here. I mean, we talked about covering for my children. He said, is there anything that you know of that you helped with, that you cleaned up, that you... No, I didn't. No. I mean, and I talked to him. I said, I told Tommy this morning when we were talking, we walked over to the barn and Scott just looked at me and he said, hey, you are not going to disrespect your brother. And he said, you're not going to do it for me, you're not going to do it for me. And we walked out. I said, thank you. And he said, look, you shouldn't have to. I said, that's rock in the bucket. He usually is. I said, he's very aggressive, very, is an anger. I mean, he's got severe anger issues. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but he's been that way all his life. But since he got back from Iraq, it is far worse. I mean, like I told him last night, we went down to Columbus when he was going to do basic training and he was not allowed to leave. He got in trouble. And then after he got back from Iraq, he worked for a little business that was over in Roswell, an import-export business, and he was fired from that. Because he had moving stuff downtown to the park. And he took somebody with him he was not supposed to. And I'm going to do what I want. You know, kind of thing. And they fired him on the spot. And he hasn't worked since. And I stayed after him and Scott, we did a job. Scott, we did a job. We did research about it. And I keep telling Gary, Gary's doing it with his service to make him not work. So I can't make him work. Well, you cannot be blaming him. But, and I have to say, when I get Scott work, he does a good job. I mean, I honestly couldn't do it without some help. And I told him, I said, look, we'll move you out and I'll move me, you know. I have a better word, I'll move to Mexico. I said, is there a lot of them around here who work for me? I said, I've got to have some help. This is way, it got way too much for me to do. I mean, Gary and I had talked about putting it up for sale. Just because of the expense of it, everything of it, it was way too much. After I got kicked, I couldn't ride anymore. It was what it was. It had gotten to where it was so much work. And I told Gary, I said, neither one of us are enjoying this place. As beautiful as it is, as immaculate as it is. I mean, it's gorgeous. I love it. But it was so much work to keep it up. And what if the kids had gotten where they didn't want to come? Out there. And certainly after this, they're not going to come. But, I mean, even when Gary would, when the kids would come, Gary would say, you know, something about, y'all are not helping, you know, work and do, you know, that kind of stuff. So they just got where they just stay away. Of course, Scott was just as bad. I mean, Scott would get just belligerent anytime that anybody would come out there and be angry because of the people, you know. I mean, he was, you know, got Ella and Natty coming for the summer. I mean, Ella's going to be here for to the 18th, and then Addison, I think, will be here the rest of the night. I mean, I was just, I don't know why they had to come hang out. I mean, he was angry because the girls were out here, you know, not before practice. said, Scott, it's, when Cameron and Jet get married, she then becomes my granddaughter. No ifs or buts about it. She's my granddaughter. I said, I had my daddy that raised me was not my biological father. And I said, he married my mother, treated me like if he was, I was his. How could I not do that to that precious little girl? I said, Chris Payne has got 2 other kids, but he never sees them. So I've seen them 3 or 4 times. And they've been together since 2015. And they don't see them. They see them at Christmas. And maybe once during the summer, and maybe once in the fall. So he didn't, we really didn't see them. So it's like I really did. I saw them when they lived here. But then they moved away from here. It's 3 years ago. I know I did not hurt him. I did, and I don't think you. And I understand you when I say I don't know. You don't understand. And I know that you don't understand the separate life that we live. I know you don't because nobody else does. I know Amanda, her last boyfriend that she had, we went and moved her out of that bad situation. He was bad into drugs and that kind of stuff. And it was, I don't think he ever physically abused her, but he stole from her, that kind of stuff. But we moved her out of that situation and got her into another apartment. We had several discussions about that. She said, I was angry at you at the time, you and Daddy, for doing that. Then I met Chad and I found out what it was to have a good relationship with somebody. So it didn't take her long. Thank you. And I said, all I want you to do is be happy. I said, I don't care if you marry dog catcher or whatever. That's what I want for you. She said, and she does. She has a beautiful ring that she works for very much Cherokee County. And she said, we've always said, just a plain don't make it hard. And she said, and that's what I'm not doing. I said, because remember, it's not about this stuff. So I think that she seems to be the only one that seems to die. But I just really promise you that I would never, ever, ever. And I'm not, I went up to my neighbors last night, spent the night because I had to talk her. And she and I sat there and watched quiet. I said, this is the night. It was a night that I didn't go tonight. I said, literally, we went from looking for Gary, trying to find out where it was, to I can't go in my home. And I don't know what happened. I mean, it's all, I said, it's a nightmare. It literally is a nightmare. I said, I'm like Amanda. And she said, I keep thinking I'll wake up. It's be over. And I said, the worst part is I'm the only one there. With the exception of Scott coming in and out, I'm the only one there. And I should have gone and checked on him. I should have. Emily said the other day when we were looking for him, you didn't go down and check on Emily. We just leave it alone. Now's not the time to go. Now's the time to find your dad. Amanda's calling him, I called him, Scott called him. And sent him emails and text messages. But it also was an unusual first, but Emily did say, she said it was unusual that he did not, she sent out pictures of Olivia and he didn't respond back to them. That was, I think, I don't know. I mean, this whole thing is what scares me. Absolutely. The worst part is, I don't know. That's I mean, I would love to sit here and tell you that I do. I will. I wouldn't have had anything happen to him for a time. I would have never, ever done anything to take my children's daddy. And like I said before, I had an age. I lost him at an early age. He died at 63. This is long, far too late. And I would never protect my children. My daddy's so weak, he can't get that. And I feel guilty. What do we do at this point?
Yeah.
Told your daughters I would do that. That's the name of the attorney they gave me that they said has reached out to them. That's his contact information. I don't know if they have a meeting set up or what. As far as I know, I've been in here with you. I think they're still out there. So
Is this the one that Amanda gave you?
yes.
Do you know who else here?
At this point, I do not, because the last at least 2 hours I've been in this room. So I don't know if they're going to get through or what. If you don't have anything else to state or any questions for us, we can walk out there. Okay.
I mean, like I said, this is my first time. I can't even think at this point. I mean, but I can sit here and tell you all the time. I did not protect me. I came to the ownership. This is beyond order. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking last night, could one of my children have done it, which is the worst nightmare, is to think of one of them. That's my worst nightmare. That is my worst nightmare. But yet, I can't sit here and cover for you. I mean, they're grown men. But yet, I can't imagine them. I can't imagine anybody doing that. I mean, it's a horrible thing. I mean, a minute and I talked about that coming over here. I said, that is horrible. I said, but I know that what Scott saw in Iraq was beyond horrible. I said, and I can't imagine that either. I said, I thought that I had lived my worst nightmare. You know, my daddy died, and Scott went to Iraq, and my mother, everybody, and that's like I told Chris, back several years ago when he was in college, and he was arrested on DUI. And I told him, I said, I thought I had made the first walk that I hadn't made. And that was when I walked out of the hospital with my daddy died. But this is the worst walk that I've made ever. He's walking out of the new chest. But this right here is not. In my mind, I keep thinking, did one of them do something? Because I know I didn't do it. So they do. And why were my children sick? You know, I mean, that's what Amanda said. You know, she said, I know Chris and Scott, from the very get-go, they wanted to blame me for it. She said, but they've always blamed everybody for their problems. They've always blamed me. I said, and the worst part of it is, I promise you I do not. I promise you. I mean, I can't even walk out. I mean, I can't walk out here and look at either one of my kids and say, did you do this? As hot-headed as Scott is, I still can't ask him that question. Because I don't want to. That would be a mother's worst nightmare. But like was asked, who has to gain from it? I mean, I certainly don't. You know, Chris gained from it, yeah, because he ultimately that's going to, you know, that could be stopped pretty quick. But like, you know, Amanda has said, and, you know, everybody has said, Scott looks, that place is being his. That's my barn. That's my tractor. That's my, you know, it's my church. But I did, I think, Tommy, whatever his name is this morning, I said, thank you for calling him name. I said, but that was nothing compared to what he usually does. So I wouldn't let my children to do that. I think he's 6'7". I mean, Amanda, you know, calls him down on him pretty regularly about talking the way that he does, but he does the same thing to you. What does he mean? He talks to everybody like that. I mean, it doesn't matter where we are. I mean, he's hot-tempered. It's like this morning, he told me, did this every morning. Can you don't get up before now? I mean, that's really Gary's name. The card that he has is in Gary's name. I think Scott has nothing. I mean, like I said, he hasn't worked in years. And he's essentially, he has no desire to go get a job. I mean, I begged him, hey, go get a job at Tractor Supply. At least we get the, benefits from it. Oh, I'll have to work right to do this. I mean, he does. As I said, he's like the Danny Brewster who gets the pockets. That's incredible. I mean, I love him to death. He's my dog, but he is nothing. Now, like I said, this is horrible to have to put all of the secrets at the table. I mean, I wouldn't dare to have this. I wouldn't go to anybody in the outside world ever. First of all, I would agree. And I think that was part of it, that why Gary and I never divorced. I would never want to go to court, put it all out. I mean, like I said, I thought we'd done a pretty good job of hiding it from the kids. I guess they always needed more than what you thought that they did. But like I said, it was fun to think. You know, back several years ago, they did a thing for the Juvenile Diabetes Association. And he was Father of the Year. I mean, that was just the biggest. I said, well, probably should. Yeah. Like, he's never been there. Yeah, he's there. Like Amanda said in her speech, he's there with his crack. But, I think they all loved him. Couldn't even necessarily like him. But they loved him. Our world, our kids' world, it's gone. It's gone. And I don't know what happened. But the worst thing of it is finding out. Do you understand that? Because if it's one of my children, that's the worst.
I can understand that feeling.
That's the worst.
If you don't have anything else.
I think you probably need some water, some fresh air.
I do my phone. They hold back. Leave that like it was. Should not have to do this.
Let's go see your family. Straight. I'm gonna have to use my key.
All right, lunch is here. Y'all can excuse the lunch. We'll start back in about an hour. And someone will take y'all on a walkabout somewhere. And I was thinking about that. So someone asked about voting. So I have a thought for y'all. We're doing a field trip tomorrow, which I've kind of hinted to y'all about, but haven't directly told you about yet. And So I'm just going to go ahead. So the way that's going to work is we're going to go out to the property tomorrow, and y'all are going to walk the property. The lawyers and I are going to go out and do a scout team advance ahead of y'all, and we're going to review the path that we're going to have y'all take. The media is going to come with us, and then they are going to we're going to figure out the route. We're going to walk the route with the camera. We're going to excuse the media from the property. Now they may be sitting down at the foot of the hill at the driveway. Then y'all will come in. We'll walk the path. We'll exit. No one's going to say anything to you, and y'all aren't going to talk about anything while we're out there. There may be a witness or an agreement that the lawyers are going to have me read to y'all about what's different there or what, that kind of stuff. Now, we're going to bring lunch in for y'all. We're going to go out immediately. So there's going to be a period of time when we all leave the property and y'all come back, and we're going to have some time to kill while we need to eat lunch and y'all don't have anything to do. I can check in on having the bus stop at the Buzz, which is the Veterans Park over on Highway 20, which we're going to be going by. And that is an early voting location. And anybody who wanted to could vote tomorrow. Is that something y'all would be interested in? Throwing that out. Okay. So y'all don't have to. You're welcome to. But anyone else can just walk around or go up the climbing wall that they have out there, right? Okay. So I will check on that. I think we have the bus till about 2:00. So I'll see if that's something we can arrange. I think that would be give y'all something to do, and then we don't have to worry about if we run into the election day with the deliberations or even the trial, and that will better use y'all's time and give us an opportunity to grab lunch. So, all right, I will check in on that. All right, now that we've finished talking logistics, Ms. Frankish, if you'll go ahead.
Thank you. Sergeant Hayes, you're still under oath from, I think, like 2 days ago. So we just listened to several hours of an interview, and I want to talk with you about that interview of the defendant. Are you trained in any of your continuing training or from post in how to conduct interviews with witnesses?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Are there different strategies that you're taught to use in certain situations that you're in with different, let's say, witnesses, suspects, victims, etc.?
There's several different interview and interrogation techniques.
And in this interview, in the beginning, you kind of proposed to her alternative hypotheses of what could have happened. Can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, I believe specifically you're talking about when I offered, if something happened and she was defending herself, and something happened as a result of that.
What is the purpose of that in an interview?
Providing alternative theories. Sometimes it makes people feel at ease that what they might have done and isn't as bad as they thought.
In the beginning, you asked Ms. Farris a lot about Scott Farris. Why did you do that?
Get everybody's opinion on, everyone. We really concentrated on Melody and Scott in the beginning of this investigation because they were the two people who lived on the property with Gary. We believe them to both have the most intimate knowledge of what might have happened.
And at one point, it sounds like you stepped out to receive more information. Tell the jury about what was going on while you were interviewing Ms. Farris over the several hours that we heard.
The search at the property was still going on. I was sent to go, do these interviews. So not only was I getting information from the scene of what they were uncovering, I was being asked, what has she said so far? Is there anything else we need to look for, check on, anything like that?
When you were interviewing and when the detective at the time, Kuykendall, was interviewing Ms. Farris, Did either of you ask her about the financial situation of the family?
We did not.
Was the beach condo that was supposed to be for the following weekend on, I believe, the 7th, was that a topic of conversation among the family?
Yes.
Is that why that came up in your interview with Ms. Farris?
Yes.
Was that something that you wanted her to tell y'all about, her perspective?
It had been brought up several times, so we were curious as to that situation.
At some point, you bring up Rusty Barton. How did you learn about Rusty Barton?
During the search of the house, they found a credit card in her purse, credit, debit, I can't remember, in her purse with the name Roy H. Barton. And that name was brought to my attention.
Did other family members bring up his name?
Yes.
Throughout her interview, did she ever mention having an open marriage?
No.
Did she ever mention Gary having other relationships?
No.
You asked her about Ted Wiley. How did you know about Ted Wiley?
I believe family members on the scene had mentioned the name and told us about the affair years ago.
When you asked her about Rusty Barton, well, let me back up. You asked her generally, and I can't remember if it was you or Sergeant Kuykendall, if she was currently in an affair with anyone.
Yes.
What was her answer?
She stated she was not.
Judge, at this time, state moves to admit Hope 1.1. It's a portion of the report that's already been entered, but it's a voicemail that was within the report.
All right, objections?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Anyway, it was easier for me just to leave you a voicemail message than it was a text message. So anyway, from there, I'm going to go get a room as opposed to that I could stay with her, but then that way I can talk to you. So anyway, I'll touch base with you in a little bit. I love you. Bye.
And the report, this was from Rusty Barton's phone. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. At that time when you were interviewing Ms. Farris, had the projectile been found in the home?
During which interview are we on?
At any point throughout the interview,
Yes.
was the projectile in the home found and known to you or Sergeant Kuykendall?
Yes.
Was that something, that's not something you ever provided to Ms. Farris as a detail. Can you tell the jury why?
Certain things you don't tell people. You try to get them to tell you. You don't want to give them, all of the information. You want to see if they provide anything or if they can corroborate anything for you.
When she was told about the projectile in Gary's bone, in his rib, what was her response to you?
She asked me if we knew what kind it was.
Why was the tractor such an important topic in this interview?
We knew Gary was a large man. We knew Melody was a small woman. Running theories through our head of, how this could have happened if she did it, if she had help, if she didn't have help. We tried to think of everything, and we noticed the equipment on the property, the RTV, the tractor, and all that. And obviously that was a theory. We knew she knew how to use it, and we believe she could have used it to move the body if needed.
And were family members pointing out to you the location of the tractor?
Yeah, we had been told that the tractor was parked somewhere that it should not have been parked. It usually was not left there.
The condo from July 7th, that also came up. Was that, and I've already kind of talked about this a little bit, but was that a significant event that people seemed to focus on throughout the investigation?
The condo?
The beach condo.
The beach trip. Yes.
At this time, Judge, state moves to enter into evidence Hayes 55.
All right.
No objection.
All right, Sergeant Hayes, we talked about how the sheriff's office was collecting phone records, extracting cell phones, and you had the opportunity to go through some of these phones and some of the records and the data, correct?
I did.
I'm showing you Hayes 55. Okay. I want to start with item number 1. Who does it say that it's from?
Ella Farris.
And who does it say that it's to?
Melody Farris.
What is the text message?
It states, I want you to come to the beach.
Okay. What date was that sent?
July the 3rd, 2018.
I want to move on down to the next one. And this is a text from who? This is item number 2. Text from who?
From Gary Farris.
To who?
Appears to be to Melody Farris and Amanda Farris.
What day and time?
July 3rd, 2018 at 3:11.
And he is telling them what?
I was planning to go to the beach with the girls.
Item number 3. Who is this from?
From Emily to Melody.
What time? What date and time?
June 24th, 2018 at 5:57 p.m.
Okay. And what does Emily say to Melody?
Says, well, Chris mentioned something about a beach trip.
And what was Melody's response to Emily?
I'm not paying for him a beach trip. He's still charging his cable and phone and airline tickets to us.
And what does Emily say to Melody?
That's just what he told me. He said Daddy was wanting to go to the beach.
And then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Emily about this?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge his cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charged their honeymoon and their beach trip. Year you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip after I told him no and why. He never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
And on June 25th, 2018, what does Melody send to Amanda?
It said, did Chris talk to you about this beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable. And then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. He continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. There's something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you.
Okay, so that was from Melody to Amanda.
Yes.
Seems like a bit much, so let's clear that up. We'll go to item number 8. Who's this from?
From Gary to Melody.
What does it say?
Says, did Chris talk to you about this beach trip?
What date was that?
That's June 25th, 2018 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m.
What was Melody's response to Gary?
What beach trip?
And then Gary says what?
He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th.
What's Melody's response?
Let him take them. I haven't got past him standing on my porch telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable, and then the only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about.
And then what's Gary's response to Melody?
There's something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you.
So that's essentially what this conversation was, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was sent to Amanda. All right. So then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Gary?
Did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna?
And what is Gary's response?
I booked one for me and the girls as well.
And then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Amanda?
I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for a condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious.
What is Amanda's response?
Oh, big surprise.
And what is Melody's response to Amanda?
He is wrong for doing it, and when I specifically said no and had just reason.
What is Amanda's response to Melody?
Yep, Chris will never grow up.
And what does Melody say back to Amanda?
But yet he refuses to help you with the dentist.
And then what does Amanda say to Melody?
Yep, can't stop him. It's ridiculous.
What is Melody's response to Amanda?
This is the last straw with him.
And can you read that date one more time?
That date is July 2nd, 2018 at 10:07 a.m.
Okay, and that was Hayes 55. So throughout her interview, she mentioned to you, who did she keep telling you that booked that condo?
Chris.
So there was a lot of discussion with Ms. Farris about plates being broken, multiple plates being broken. At any point, throughout getting returns for search warrants, did you find any videos or photos or anything like that about a plate being broken?
I did.
Can you tell the jury where that was located?
We did a search warrant for Gary's Google Gmail account, and in those returns, there were several items of interest, but one being a video it appears that Gary took from his cell phone. Looks like his cell phone backed up to his Google account.
At this time, the state would move to introduce Hayes 54.
Objection. All right. Suspend.
Leave the plate. Take it upstairs. Minor temperature. Because I had supper tonight, and it was fixed for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here in minutes. But we'll see.
Sergeant Hayes, can you let me pull this up. What is that? This is strange. This is the file within that exhibit. I can't move that. Titled metadata. Can you please put on the record the album title of that?
7/2/2018.
Okay. And album creation date? You can't.
July 3rd, 2018.
Okay. Thank you. I can't do that. Eventually, she told you that she slammed that plate down.
Yes.
She also mentioned she cleaned that up, right?
Yes.
When she was confronted about a second cell phone, what was her response?
She told us she did not have a second cell phone at the time. When we asked her further about it, she told us that at some point Sherry Cooper had given her one. I believe she just described it as an iPhone in a black case, but stated she had given it back to Sherry some time ago.
There's one portion in there where y'all are talking about money, and she mentions that, well, was money a big topic with her?
It was. She brought it up continually.
And what was her issue with Gary and his money?
That everyone, according to her, was taking it from Gary.
But not her.
Correct.
And did she tell you, what did she tell you about her access to money?
She said she had limited access.
What did she tell you about the cards that she had?
the card she did have, Gary would get an email if she spent any money. He would question her even for $38 Kroger purchases.
All right. This is back in February of 2018, and I'm looking at item number. Oh, sorry. What is that? I don't read it.
Just said don't show this message again, and then we wouldn't have to.
Oh, sorry. I don't read stuff like that. Just get away. Okay. Can you please read item number 1, to, from, and the date?
From Melody Farris to Emily Farris. Date February 10th, 2018, 10:48 a.m. Scott just left. Going in a limo to North Georgia for a wine tasting. I'm home working. Things have to change.
And what does Emily say?
Did he rent the limo?
Melody's response.
Don't know, for Justin's birthday.
And then Melody says one more thing.
Taking Ashley.
What does Emily say to Melody?
I'm not taking care of him when we're in our 50s.
What does Melody say to Emily?
And if I say anything, I get chastised by G. Wayne.
What's Gary's middle name?
His middle
Gary
name? Wayne.
Farris's
Gary
middle
Wayne
name.
Farris, yes.
What does Emily say back to Melody?
I don't get it.
What's Melody's response to that?
And he has a credit card. I don't even have that. Insane.
Okay, now I want to jump back to 2017, September of 2017. Item number 9 in this same exhibit. Amanda says what?
Call me when you get off.
Well, actually, sorry. This is, I believe, Melody to Amanda. You can scroll down and make sure, but it's in her sent folder. So,
call me when you get off.
okay. And then the next one.
Your daddy has shut down my debit card, giving you heads up for your hair, yet Scott has debit card and credit card, and Chris is still using bank info to pay his cell and cable to tune if $800 a month.
What does Amanda say?
I won't worry about my hair then. Some things never change.
What does Melody say to Amanda?
He may turn it back on, especially when he has no dinner, no clean clothes, and no dry cleaning. He said that if I have no money, I have to stay home, and he is going to tell you for that if you still choose to talk to me, then he will know how you all truly are and will have nothing to do with you kids.
All right, let's scroll down to item number 15. This is, what kind of message is this? From who to who?
So now
When?
going from Melody Farris to Scott Farris.
What date?
March 26, 2018.
What does this appear to be?
An attachment, a screenshot.
What is the body of that message?
From your father.
What is item number 17?
From Melody Farris to Amanda Farris.
What's the date?
March 26, 2018.
Is that the same date as the previous 2 items sent to Scott?
Yes,
Is it the same attachment?
it appears to be.
What does the body of that message say to Amanda?
From your father, so help me God.
Let's see if this will work. Okay. So I clicked on the link of the attachment and it brought up this attachment.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now we're going to go to item number 1 under data files. What is this? Is it
Here's me
another-
a screenshot.
What date was it created?
March 26, 2018 at 12:03 p.m.
And this is Hayes 57.1. Can you please read that screenshot?
I can't read the very top. It looks like it says dinner ready. Then it says, where did you go? I'm assuming that's supposed to be profligate spending must stop. I work every day, and between you and Scott and Chris, I cannot keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive given how you repeatedly betray me.
No. Go back to Hayes 57. Does that appear to be the same text message?
Yes.
Just looks a little edited or cropped. The screenshot?
Yes.
And that is the same one she sent to Scott and Amanda on March 26, 2018.
Yes, it appears to be.
You mentioned you got returns back for Mr. Gary Farris's Gmail account.
Yes.
Would Gary Farris get financial notifications to his email?
Yes.
And this jury has heard, and so have you, Sergeant Hayes, that Mr. Farris has got an email from Rusty Barton's ex-girlfriend.
Yes.
Did you find that email in his Gmail returns?
We did.
At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 6 and Hayes 56. At this time, I'm going to tender Hayes 6.
All right, submitted. Go ahead.
All right. What are we looking at here in Hayes 6?
This is Gary Farris's email, his Gmail account.
And can you, the date is in local time. Can you tell the jury what date that appears to be?
Appears to be October 19th, 2017.
And going down to the bottom of that screen, who is it appear like the email is from?
From Christina Grant.
Okay. And that date is the same, October 19th. What year?
2017.
What's the subject?
Your ex.
And publishing Hayes 56. And we're going to start from the bottom of the document because we know emails print backwards. So can you please read the body of that email into the record?
Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years.
And who does that appear to be from?
From Christina Grant.
Same date, October 19, 2017?
Yes.
And what does Mr. Farris respond with?
He asked, do I know you?
And what does Miss Grant say?
You want to talk.
What does Mr. Farris say?
Not right now.
What does Miss Grant say to Mr. Farris?
I understand. I'm pissed, beyond pissed.
And that date of the last portion of the email was what date?
October 20th of 2017.
I'd like to talk about these financial alerts. When Miss Farris was talking about what all she did when she woke up on July 5th, did she mention going anywhere?
She did not.
Did she mention driving off the property?
No.
Making any phone calls to anyone about going anywhere?
No.
At this time, state moves to enter into evidence states exhibits Hayes 4 and Hayes 5.
No objection.
Thanks, good.
I'm going to start with Hayes 4. So you got his returns back from Google, Mr. Farris's,
Yes.
where there were several transaction notifications.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any for the morning of July 5th?
There was.
To where?
Walmart.
And I'm showing you Hayes 4. Can you read that total into the record?
The total amount was $450.43.
What's the transaction date?
July 5th, 2018.
And can you read the last 4 digits of that card?
1727.
I'm going to show you Hayes 5. What is Hayes 5?
It's a Walmart receipt.
And was Walmart able to provide the receipt for that transaction?
They were.
Now, I want to show you on page 2 of 5. It says date here, 2/8/1960. And then it looks like 14 hands, 750 milliliter. Do you know what that is?
Appears to be a bottle of wine.
And whose birthday is that?
Melody Farris.
And what account number is listed there?
1727.
Okay. And the total matches that transaction?
It does, $450.43.
And yet she did not mention that visit to Walmart to you.
She did not.
I want to talk a little bit about Rusty Barton. Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever find throughout the entire investigation a .38 revolver that could have been involved in this crime?
We did not.
After interviewing people for that first month in July, would you still get calls from Chris and Scott?
Yes.
And did they ever come to you together to talk about the case?
They did.
How long did you speak with them for?
I don't recall the exact time. It was well over an hour.
And did they maintain contact with you throughout the investigation?
They did.
All right, now I want to talk about Rusty Barton. Can you tell the jury how Miss Farris came to be arrested?
How she came to meet him?
How she came to be arrested?
Oh, to be arrested. I'm sorry. After the autopsy result was finalized and published by the GBI, and we had a positive identification on paper and documented from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, we took warrants on Miss Farris. We started looking for her. We didn't know where she was at the time. It had been almost a year after the investigation. I had not had much contact with her since. We soon discovered that she was in Tullahoma, Tennessee with Rusty Barton.
And how did she come to be arrested in Tullahoma, Tennessee?
Sergeant Pope and I took another trip up to Tullahoma and began looking for her. We asked the local police department for assistance. We went by Martha Jane's house to see if she was there. She was not. The Mercedes, Gary Farris's Mercedes that she was driving, was parked in that driveway. We went to Rusty Barton's residence where he was living with his daughter. His truck was gone. I believe we tried to call Rusty. Hadn't spoken to him in a while either. He didn't answer. I reached out to Bobby Carter, which was Rusty's attorney, got him on the phone, explained to him what was going on. Bobby Carter called me back not long after and said, I got a hold of Rusty. They'll meet you at the Tullahoma Police Department in about 20 minutes.
Prior to this, was Mr. Barton still recording their phone calls?
Yes.
And did Collier also record their text messages?
Yes.
believe I may have already admitted the total of the Collios, but at this time I'll move to admit the remainder.
I can't remember, so no objection.
All right. You did one mistake.
Okay. And then state will move to tender. It's titled Text Messages 18.
All right.
Within those.
No objection.
At this time, Sergeant Hayes, I'm going to show you Text Messages 18, State's Exhibit. I'm just going to hit close on this one, Judge. Okay. Okay, what are we looking at here, Sergeant Hayes?
This is a printout or whatever you want to call it of incoming and outgoing text messages between Rusty and Melody.
All right. Does it also appear to list their calls?
It does.
And this is, well, let's go to the top. What's the first date listed here?
August 1st, 2018.
What's the last date on this spreadsheet?
August 31st, 2018.
Don't make me expand that. I don't know how to do that. Okay. All right. I'm showing you field 522 on that exhibit. What is the text? It says incoming. What is that text?
It says plain gold band.
And what does 530 say?
I love you. Be strong. Hand on your waist.
I'm directing you to field 807, and that says outgoing. Can you read that in the record, please?
You think I'm having fun with all this bullshit? I can't drink enough to make it okay.
And that says outgoing?
Yes.
In August of 2018, was Mr. Barton recording phone calls between him and Miss Farris still?
He was.
Judge, the next call I'm going to publish is an hour. All right. Break after?
Before we get started with it, I guess.
At this time, the state's going to publish Collios 4.
All right.
You get him?
Mr. Fogus would like me to use DLC.
Is that order?
Hello?
You get him?
Who, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Got him. He talked to him and called me back and said he had talked to him.
And?
He said he basically told Bobby that he was a much better attorney than him and it was a scare tactic, and we'll let it go at that.
Well, he said, Melody, if they were going to arrest him, they would have done it then. They don't come up and tell somebody they're going to arrest you. Which is true. I mean, when you wrap your head around it, that's true. And he said, Melody, they can't arrest him. The TBI is going to have to go. He said, somebody
said
there
that.
has.
They said that. They said that I would be arrested here, and then they would have to take me, extradite me to Georgia.
Right.
So, like Bobby said, then it hit the news here in Chattanooga and Nashville, and,
Right.
that's the first thing that's going to happen.
Okay, I don't know whether he told him this, but Manny said that you all need to get any information that proves that you were in town at that time? I said, well, that they had already gotten from a grocery store that you had been at. They had gotten the footage there because they even knew what you bought. He said, because we're getting to the 30-day mark now. And he said, it's going to roll off. He said, you all need to get that footage. And anything else that would prove that you were there. Not somebody's word, but a proof that you were in town.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
Do you know of anywhere else that you were besides Food Line?
Well, they've got a list of, Bobby has a list of my credit card statements, baby.
Okay.
He's got a list of where I was at. I wrote down and made up a timeline, per day of where I was, who I talked to, that kind of stuff. That
right.
From Monday to Thursday of that week, and Bobby has that.
Right. Okay. So I didn't know what all he told him, but
I don't know. I don't know what he told him.
I don't know, but I have been right. But I've been upfront.
Fucking dying.
I know you are. So am I. But he said, Melody, think about this. He said, I know both of you all are freaking out. He said, but Melody, we were in your house. Nothing was glowing. They don't have anything. He said, it's a scare tactic. He said, I've got the report. There's nothing there, Melody. I said, okay. I said, I haven't seen the report. I don't.
That's all they were talking about was putting all on things, and that it had been, apparently had been cleaned up, Like, so I'm thinking, baby, did you get it cleaned up? Is it cleaned up? And then there's like, okay, he's been shot. Where's the gun?
Right. I asked Manny, I said, Manny, do you have a report from the GBI yet that says that he was shot? He said, nope, they're not turning it over. He said, so that makes me think that it's a lie too. He said, remember, they will lie to you. They will lie to me. They will lie to everybody. He said, Melody, and I tell you, there's no gunshot. There's no gunshot.
And you know that.
I know that. Manny said, Melody, they are lying to you. So, did they show Bobby any pictures today?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was of?
It was the ones looked like just walls. I mean, all I could tell was walls. I couldn't say, it was like a picture of a wall, that had shit sprayed on it. I mean, I couldn't. And then there was a picture in like ashes of a bone that had a bullet in it.
Right. And I told him, he said, right. He said, did they leave anything with Bobby? Do you know if they left anything with him?
I have no
copies
idea.
of anything?
I don't know whether I'm coming, going, or done with.
I know you don't.
I don't.
Did they show them to you?
What?
Copies of these pictures.
Yes, that's what I said. I saw a picture of a wall, or a couple of pictures of, a wall or walls.
Right.
And the stuff sprayed on, and then we had a black light on it. And
okay.
Floating.
Okay. I'll chat that. He said that more than like, he said, do you know anything about this Bobby Carter? I said, I don't. And, he said, do you know if he's trained to look at that to know that what they're showing him is the truth? I said, I don't know that either. He said, Melody, they will also show pictures that have been altered, and they can do that. It's not illegal for them to do that. He said, but Melody, remember, I had my investigators in there. There's nothing in that house. I said, I know that. I do know that. He said, I've got the report. Melody, there's nothing in there. I said, I understand that. He said, okay, then. Of course, he was like, I said, look, I don't do this. This is not my forte. That's why I'm calling you.
Which is exactly what I told them. It's like, y'all, I don't know what the hell this is all about. You know, I've never been in this position before. You're asking me questions about shit I don't know.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Said,
he said he wanted to know. He said, why?
You know.
Right. He said, why did he get an attorney? I said, why did he get an attorney? I said, well, his wife was a court reporter and he had lots of friends who were attorneys in town. And I said, he did not talk to them without a lawyer. And, he said, okay. That was he was trying to get the whole, wrap his head around everything. I mean, you know, he said, but first of all, he said, how long did they stay? And I said, about 2 hours. And, he said, Melody, you know, I said, look, you can tell me all day long it's a scare tactic. He said, but I'm telling you how that they would have worked. He said, all they're doing is to try to get him to say something. Where are you at now?
I'm sitting in the Planet Fitness parking lot with 9 million other cars.
Okay. When you've been to Martha Jane's house, did you take your truck over there?
Yeah.
See, she told me she told me this morning, she said, well, I might not should tell you this, that Rusty hasn't been coming in his car. He's going and borrowing somebody else's car to come to my house.
Now, see, that's not true at all. I have driven my truck over there every time.
Well, I knew you had yours over there the other time.
Yeah. Yeah. I pulled right up front of the garage, just like always.
I thought, well, surely you would have told me that.
What
if
difference
you hadn't been taking your vehicle. I don't know, because she said you thought that you had been tailed over there, that you had a GPS on your truck, so that was why you weren't bringing your vehicle over there.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay.
No. You know when I've been there, and
well, I do.
Yeah, so there was nothing good about me going and checking on Martha.
Well, were they in the same vehicle that they were in the other day?
They all look alike. Yeah, I mean, it's one of them dark gray, blacked out, you know.
Right.
Dark
well, the other day when they came, last Tuesday when they came, did they go all the way back to Chattanooga and then turn around and come back to Tullahoma?
I don't know.
Then Martha Jane told me, she said, well, they got all the way back to Chattanooga, that you had told her that they went all the way back to Chattanooga, thought of another question, and then turned around and came back and asked you that other question.
I don't remember whether that's right or not. I really don't. That could have been. I don't remember.
I didn't think that there was enough time that had elapsed for them to drive all the way to Chattanooga and back.
Yeah, me neither.
Manny, I'm interested to see what he's telling Amanda. Of course, Manny is going, because I told him, he said, are your two idiot sons still talking to him? And I said, I don't know, Manny. He said, you know that they've got Scott's phone bugged? And I said, I do. And I said, and we've tried to tell him that. And he said, I'm not going to say that. He said, but I think that they think that Rusty probably knows something and that they can scare him into telling you. And I said, but Rusty doesn't know anything. He wasn't there. There's nothing to tell.
No, they verified that. I mean, they verified that I wasn't there. And the only thing they beat up on me on is those 3 phone calls.
Right. Right. He said, all they're trying to do is scare you all. I said, no shit. Well, they're doing a good job of it.
the whole thing was, did you tell her anything? Did she tell you anything? That basically is it in a nutshell. That, that night, those three.
It's what that they just repeatedly ask you today.
Yep.
Well, he asked me, he said, what were the questions that they asked him? I said, oh no, I don't know. I mean, I said that was basically our conversation was, hey, they had come and they had, and, he said, did they leave a copy of that with Bobby?
That I don't know.
Well, that I don't know either.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what he said. They're trying to scare him. So I don't know what all he told Bobby, about you not talking to him anymore or anything like that. He said, because the thing of it is he said, how long has he talked to him? But each time I said, oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, he said, they've got somebody who's talking to him and he's the only one that's talking. That's why they're coming back and talking to him. He said, because not any of us are talking to him.
Well, like I told him, I don't have nothing to hide.
Right.
I wasn't there. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened. I talked to her that night. Yes, she called me 3 times. I talked to her that night. We just talked. It was just normal shit. How did she have all that going on, doing all that? And, all y'all are talking about are the horses and that kind of shit. I'm fucking scared.
Because there was nothing going on. Yeah. Because there was nothing going on.
I didn't tell her nothing. She didn't tell me nothing.
Yeah. Because there was nothing going on.
My fucking eyeballs are running that plumb out on the stem, baby.
I know it. I know. I know you were scared to death, and so am I.
Like I told Bobby, but Bobby, I didn't do anything, so why? Maybe, are you sure the house is clean?
Maybe there's nothing in the house. I'm telling you, there's nothing in that house. Manny took his investigator through that. We went through that entire house. There's nothing in that house. Nothing. I can assure you, there's nothing in that house. And here's the thing of it is, there was no gun. There was no gun.
What makes you so sure that the cops didn't find anything?
Because there was no gun in there.
Well, I don't mean just mean gun. I mean anything, everything. I mean the whole, blood, whatever.
Because there was none. The 2 pictures that he says that they have, which they had them marked on the wall. I mean, you could see where that they sprayed everything. Technically, there was 3 pictures. There was one right inside my front door, because they had tape up, and you could see where that they had sprayed the wall. And it was like little sticky notes with like little numbers on it. And the marks are still there on the wall. I mean, they're very blatant. You could tell it's where somebody, like a dog, has come through and shook. I mean, they're tiny. I mean, we're talking the size of a lead in a pencil. That unless, you don't see them on the wall, and if it hadn't been for the tape on the wall, the pinpoint it, off. And you could see the stuff that they sprayed on the wall, to eliminate, quote, blood. Manny's guy came in. There's nothing there. They sprayed right up inside the basement door that comes up into my dining room. They sprayed that table. They sprayed the floor. They sprayed the door. They sprayed that. There's a piece that comes out. It's like a built-in cabinet and stuff there. They sprayed all that. They sprayed the floor. There was nothing on there. Nothing. Then they sprayed downstairs in the basement. there's a wall that separates, that kind of goes down there, that where you go around and go down the hall to the bedroom and the bathroom and all that kind of stuff. And then there's it's like where the stairwell goes down. They sprayed that entire wall. They sprayed the bar top, and they sprayed the floor all down there. There's nothing on it, nothing illuminated. But that's what they're talking about. That's the 3 places that they're talking about. And there was nothing on it because we were in there on Sunday. There was nothing there.
Was there anything in the 3 phone conversations about any of that? You and I, that night that they're talking about, that July the 3rd, that we talked 3 times, which to them was so out of the ordinary.
No.
What did we talk about?
We talked about fucking.
Which is our normal conversation.
Which is our normal conversation.
And
The
I'm ready to
grandkids
get back
and
to it.
And Ella and Addie were coming, and, you know, I was going to Lake Lanier the next day, and, you know, you were going up to the lake with Andrea. That's all we talked about.
And that's what I said.
That's all we talked about.
Where are you?
But I honestly, in my gut feeling, I think that you are the only one that they've been able to, quote, talk to. They're not talking to anybody else, as far as I know. I mean, they could be talking to Chris and Scott every damn day, for all I know. But that's what I'm thinking, is that you are the only one that they're talking to, and they're trying to scare you into saying, hey, she did it. I mean, that's what Manny said. Do you trust him? I said, I trust him with my life. He said, then okay. He said, then.
Baby, do you know who did it? Who killed him?
No, I do not. No.
Me. Somebody killed him.
No. No.
Who could have done it?
I don't know. I mean, Chad said today, he said, Melody, Amanda and I on our way to go get pizza and coming home from getting pizza last night. She said, you know, we did it as outside person looking in, you know. He said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, Scott did it. He said, but there's too many peculiarities when it comes to Scott. There's too many. But Manny's right. You're the only one that's talking to him still. So I don't know whether he told Bobby not for you all not to talk to them anymore.
I haven't talked back to Bobby yet.
I had wondered.
Maybe, do you think if Scott did it, that would you have not heard it? Known it? I mean,
okay, let me tell you this, and you tell me whether this is correct or not. Back some time ago, we had a goat that had to be put down. She had given birth. I had worked with her and I finally got the little baby delivered. And of course it was stillborn. Well, she never really quit bleeding and, you know, whatever. And she was, I mean, you know, and Scott put her down, and he told me he was going to put her down. And I said, oh, let me leave. Before you do that. I don't want to be here when you do that. Well, later on, he came over there and he said, well, I'm fixing to do away with that goat. And I said, you didn't put her down. He said, I walked up and put the gun right up to her. He said, in that way, there is no noise. True or not true?
I have no idea. I have never done that. So I don't know.
Well, we're not going to Google it.
No. No, I have never done that.
So that's what makes me wonder. Of course, now, on the flip side of that, there was enough fireworks and stuff going off that night into, well after midnight. And probably they were still going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. People shooting fireworks and stuff. Now, if I'm upstairs in like my, the upstairs bathroom, and stuff, you can't hear anything up there.
Well, do you know where you were when you talked to me?
Upstairs.
I was in bed. I know where I was at.
Right. No, because I had taken the sheets off of Ellen Addie's, the big bed up there, because when Emily and Amanda when Emily and Chris and Olivia had been there, I had slept upstairs, me and the dogs had. So, and I had just made that bed back. And I had gone up there and had stripped off the sheets and had put clean sheets. I was putting clean sheets and stuff on the bed up there. Of course, I was nasty from being outside, all day working and stuff. I had, took a bath up there. I vacuumed upstairs. All that kind of stuff. Of course, Manny still believes that there is no gunshot. He thinks that that's all coming from the fact that Scott told him there was a missing gun. Which Manny wanted to know. He said, have they asked in any of this time to see any of your guns?
No. They just asked if I knew that all of my guns were in place, and I said, yes, they are. And they are. I've checked every one of them.
Right. He said if they had thought that there was a gunshot, he said they would be taking his guns and at least looking at them. I said, well, they're doing a good job of scaring the shit out of us.
I can't even fucking breathe.
Oh, I don't think I breathed from the time that you
Good night
called
to
and
have
said
your
you're
heart
going
checked,
down.
isn't it?
Seriously. Hell, I think we're having ours checked on how did they end it? I'm asking all these questions so when I talk to Manny again that I can tell him. What did they, Did they just get up and walk out? What did they do?
They said they would see me soon.
How were they dressed today?
Polo shirts.
Okay. Were they the Cherokee County one?
Yeah, it's the same two guys.
Okay. Well, I didn't know whether they would have on just,
Last time they had
Cherokee County
on suits. These were polo.
Right.
Oh yeah, they had like an embroidered badge, I guess, on their polo
Right.
shirts.
Right. But like they said, Melody, that's not how they do things. I said, Manny, I'm not used to doing this. He said, you need to calm down. I said, oh, there is no calm in this, Manny. I said, but he said, before when they went up there, did they tell him that they were coming? And I said, yeah, because he had it set up to meet at the lawyer's office. He said, this time they just showed up out of the blue. And I said, it's my understanding that they did. He said, but they went to his lawyer's office first. I said, yeah. Is that correct?
To me, all this just doesn't, it doesn't seem, I understand a scare tactic, but it doesn't seem right for them to lie about all of this stuff. I mean, why would they have, say they put the stuff on the wall and it had been cleaned up and there was blood there, and say that, there was here's a picture of a rib with a bullet in it, that he'd been shot. I mean, I don't, I don't understand.
Right. Well, he said that, well, of course, now, LeBrian, of course, he used to be a cop, and of course, now he's been, he's an investigator, for whatever. And he said, first of all, Melody, he said, I can tell you that, according to the pictures, that, you're not going to have all other bones gone and a rib there with a gunshot wound in it. It ain't going to happen. He said, it's not going to happen. He said, I could have understood if it was he said, first of all, the shell, that it's not going to be in the rib. He said, it's not going to happen. And he said, I could understand if it was in a hip or if it was in like a big, he said, the Melody, there was nothing left of there was nothing left. I mean, could you see it when you looked at it? Could you see a rib bone with a slug in it?
I could see a bone with it. I couldn't tell. It was, let me think about the picture. So a rib bone would have been the curved bone. So yes, that's what it looked like.
See, even I can tell you from when being down there at that burn pile, there was nothing like that left.
I don't know.
Now,
I wasn't
you would
there.
have been, right. No, you weren't there. Now, the thing about that is the fact, like he said, Melody, you don't even, that they're taking him pictures and showing, he said they could have taken a picture of anything and to be showing him. I mean,
Right.
And he said, there's certain, he said, I've been doing this way too long. He said, I know what that they're doing. He said, like they said, if they were going to arrest him, they're not going to show up and tell him they're going to. They would have done it. They would have already had all that in place. They would have already had, but that was what he said. He said, why does he have a lawyer? And I said, well, small town, He said, I understand,
Well, I guess my only thought is, what if that is what they have? What if they do have that? What does that mean for us? I mean,
right. Well, that's the thing of it is I understand. I know you're scared shitless, and so am I, darling. So am I. But I know that there was no fight in a house. There was no struggle in a house. There's nothing there. That's the one thing in the world that I'm positive about. Which, I mean, you know, when you stop and you breathe and you think about it, I know. But one thing about it is that I trust Manny in the fact that I hope he knows what he's talking about. I mean, I really and truly think that I think he does.
So, who found the remains? That's what they call them. Who found the remains?
Scott did.
And did you get in the burn pile?
No.
Did anybody get in the burn pile?
Only Scott.
Did he poke around in it?
He did.
Did he handle stuff?
Yes, he did.
And they didn't crawl his ass for that?
Find that weird? Crawl his ass for that? They did not. Or no, I don't think that they did. I don't know it if they did. But even the paramedics that arrived at first
you did go, I mean, when he found it, you did go to the burn pile, so you saw there wasn't nothing or not much or what? I mean, was
me and Amanda, right, me and Amanda and Chris and Scott and Cameron and Addison were all around that burn pile. Every one of us. And I mean, we'd all been standing there. I mean, even me and Amanda and Scott had been picking up wood and chunking it back into the burn pile. I mean, you know, because it was all still smoldering, you know, throwing it back into the burn pile. And then Scott goes over, starts digging through there, picks up what, and I know that this is graphic and whatever, but you need to know it. He picked up what he said was Gary's face. Picked it up, looked at it, and put it back down in there. Dug around to the rest of the pieces and stuff. Picked it up, turned it over, took a stick, dug around in the burn pile, everything. And then starts freaking out that that's what it was.
Wow.
Yeah. So see, you've got, okay, let me tell you this. Let me walk you through what all happened. When Amanda got there that morning, I walked out and sat down on the front porch, and we were discussing what we're going to do that day, whether we're going to go get something to eat. He's there, what we're going to do. She wanted to go up to the outlets because Cameron was wanting a new backpack and going up there to do that. And Addison said, yeah, that was what she wanted to do, you know. And then they said, well, they wanted to go ride on the RTV. And they said something about Big Daddy and couldn't find him, that they had looked for him that morning. Well, then about that time, Scott comes walking up on the sidewalk to the front porch and said, you know, and Amanda's sitting on the steps, and I don't know, I was in one of the rocking chairs. And Scott comes up and I said, have you seen your daddy? And he said, no. And I said, so he's not over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, well, the girls were looking for him and we can't find him. His immediate response was, there's a gun missing. And he jumps up and runs through goes in the house. And I didn't realize I was like, what? What are you, you know, what gun? What, you know, and Amanda's like going, what's he doing? What's he even talking about? You know, still there was no panic with any of us except for Scott. So Scott heads down to the basement, and then Scott comes back out and gets in his truck and heads back over to the barn. Well, me and Amanda go in the house and we looked through the house and walked out, and Scott comes back at some point. I don't know who got on the RTV, but anyway, Amanda and I walked, through the house and whatever, and then out through the basement door, and we walked out to the edge of the woods and down by the pond, and just, still, nobody's in a panic, nobody's in a whatever. She called his cell phone and immediately went to voicemail. She sent him an email message on both of his emails, on his personal email and on his company email. And she said that and said, hey, look, we're looking for you, whatever. Still, nobody's in a panic. Nobody's in, whatever, except for Scott. Well, then Chris comes up, and I'm going to get my two girls before the shit. He said, I'm going to get my daughter and leave here before the shit hits the fan. What shit's going to hit the fan, Scott, Chris? Well, I'm getting my daughter and I'm getting out of here. So that makes me lead to think that he has talked to Scott. So he's already on his way to get out of and get out of there. I said, I didn't think your dad, and I remember asking her, I didn't think your daddy was coming to get you until, this afternoon. He said, I don't know. He said, he's being Chris. He's just flipping out about stuff. So then Scott comes over on the RTV, and Amanda she said, I'm going to go back. She said, I'm going over to the barn and look to see what, so she's supposed, I don't know how she got there. I don't know whether she went across the dam or whether she walked the driveway. Don't know. But anyway, I hopped on the RTV with Scott. We rode back over to the shed over there, and he pointed out that the tractor was not in its proper spot. The tractor was not under the shed. It was back behind the shed over by the compost pile. Well, the tractor's not in the right spot. Well, I didn't put the tractor there, Scott. So from there, then we rode up the driveway onto the road of the property so that you can look down on the property from up there. We rode up there and turned around and came back. And then I'm not trying to think how that we did, but anyway, all of it, me and Amanda and Scott were over there at that burn pile when he started pilfering through it. And Amanda started walking off back to the house. And that's when he said, when he told me, that's human remains in that burn pile. I've seen him 100 times. And I'm calling 911. But he's walking away from me as he's saying that. And me going, what are you saying? Well, Amanda heard it more than I did because he was walking toward Amanda. Well, he called 911. He would not let any of us hear him when he called 911. And he went and met them at the front of the driveway, down by the driveway and the road, at the entrance to the property, and stopped them and talked to them for what seemed like an eternity. And then he rode in the paramedics truck up to there. Well, they get out, and they had, of course, they said it was protocol. They got out with a defibrillator and a backboard and, another bag and, that kind of stuff. And he told me and Amanda, you two do not go down there. I said, you're not going to stop me from going anywhere on my property. So me and the paramedics and Scott walked back to the burn pile. And once again, he reached down and picked it up and showed it to him. And then laid it back down. So then they radioed in something, and about that time the sheriff showed up. Of course, they're only 3 miles from my house, so it didn't take long to get there. They radioed back, somebody, and the sheriff got there. And from that, then I'm the one who actually talked to Detective Hayes first, and he kind of got, from me, okay, what shook down today? What was the thing of today? And I told him just what that I told you. He wanted to know about Gary's medications, where they were. Anything that I had on his medical history, I went in there and got that. It was in Gary's office, in a file folder. I went and got him what I had, and he did not take it. I mean, I have since found it, and they did not take that. It was still there. They did take his medication, and they took his wallet, and they took his cell phone. And then the next time that I really talked to any of them was that night when me and Amanda and Chad and Scott went down to the free home, which I guess it's a police station. It's not really a police station. It's like a conference room, and, you know, they got a couple of computers and stuff in there. It's not a real police station. And we went down there, and they asked the same thing what that they had asked me that day. Okay, go through today, go through yesterday, go through, you know, this morning. And I told him the exact same thing all over again. And he said, well, you're telling the exact same thing because it's the truth. That's what happened. So then at 1:15, they said, well, what would you say if we told you that there was a gunshot wound to a rib? So I just sat there and just looked at him, and he said, well, who's going to go out there and tell your children, me or you? And I said, well, I'm not going to go out there and tell them that because I don't know that it's fact. I'm going by what you're telling me. And they had already told, somebody in the midst of all of it had already told me they will know nothing until they take the remains down to GBI headquarters. You will know nothing. So that stuck in my brain that when he was telling me that, I said, look, you're just telling me that, you know, I don't know that for a fact. Oh, so you know that there wasn't, I don't know anything. That's what I told him. I don't know anything. Well, your son says that there's a gun missing. Okay. Nobody seems to know anything about this gun. I said, he is a gun freak. I said, he likes guns. He lives and breathes guns. He, you know, whatever. He said, well,
listen to me. Okay.
Okay.
We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right. And so I don't want to be confused, but I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you know, were you lying about Scott? Scott, I mean, you think what? I don't. You tell me what.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
So, who burned it up?
I think Scott did.
Okay.
I think Scott did. Like Amanda said, I think that Scott had the perfect crime, the perfect whatever, the perfect, you know.
Except you saw him there, so did you try to not get Scott in trouble?
No. No, I'm not covering for Scott. No, and I told them everything that I have just told you, that, you know, because that's what that they started in. You're covering for Scott. I said, look, I don't know anything, you know. I saw Scott come in that night. He said, do you know if he had been there, you know? I don't know, because I said, I don't even know what time it was that Scott came in. I said, because you've got my phone. So I don't know what time it is that I talked to Scott. He said, well, did Scott do you know what Scott did from the time he came home until I said, because he called me about 6:30 the next day and said he was at the house and for me to open up the front door. And I said, I walked out front, and I said, I opened up the front door, and I said, then I went to my truck that was in the garage, got my debit card, and handed it to him.
Right. What I'm saying is that night, the 3rd, that we supposedly talked, so much, and you said he was on the burn pile. Were you just trying to cover for Scott or what?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I honestly don't know what Scott did or anything. I don't know. Do I have speculation? Yes, I do.
Okay. So, did you tell me that night, the 3rd, that he was on the burn pile?
I don't remember. I think all that I remember saying to you was that Gary has started the burn pile.
Okay. So, and I don't remember. I was trying to put it all together, and that was what I was coming up with, but I don't remember what was said about Gary because I had some drinks, and I had some Advil PM, and, like I said, we talked normal stuff, and I listened, and
right,
it was kind of in and out.
Did you ever tell them that you had drinks and Advil PM? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess the thing of it is, like Minnie said, don't give them any more information than, of course, they're not going to be talking to me. So that's the thing of it is, as Minnie said, he's the only one that's talking to him. Well, we think that he's the only one that's talking to him because not any of, us are supposed to be, talking to him. So, he said that's why that they're, Are you still sitting at Planet Fitness?
I am.
Have you driven back through town to, well, I would think if they'd shown back up that Bobby would have called you. Were they sitting in his office when you got there?
Yes. I don't know what to say or not to say. If we both get locked up.
You don't say anything. You say nothing. I mean, that's what Manny kept saying. Has he made a statement to them? I said, Bobby, I don't know. I honestly don't. I mean, Manny, I said, I honestly don't know what, Of course, I guess his it.
Ask questions, and like I told him, I haven't done anything. I wasn't found there.
Right. Right. And like he said, Melody, we've been in your house. There is no blood. Nothing illuminated. I've seen pictures. Nothing is illuminated. They have nothing. They're telling you, he said, it is, I said, yeah, I can, I can preach this all day long, but, at the end of the day, we're still scared shitless. He said, somehow or the other, he said, do you remember, they started with you that first night, or not for the first night, but on that Friday, that there was a big hole in your wall. He said, Melody, what was the hole? I said,
Did you clean it up good? Did you clean up good? Did you clean up?
There was nothing to clean up.
Okay.
There was nothing to clean up. The big hole that they're talking about that was in the wall was a nail hole. All this stuff that they say that is all over the floor. They even said that there was a, quote, where a bullet had hit my floor in my basement. That there was a big, well, they had it taped. They did. Of course, that floor in the basement is hand scraped and hand whatever. It looks like old barnwood. It's made into the floor. We found 50 of the pieces in that floor that had the exact same thing, So there was no, his investigator took pictures of everything that they took pictures of. He said, we have our pictures, they have their pictures. We have them to compare, He said, Melody, they're lying. He said, this is what they do. He said, you were there with us. You walked through that house just like we did. He said, you saw it. I said, I know. I said, but it's also easy for them, for me to get a phone call. And I said, if he doesn't know because he's never been there. It's easy for them to show up with pictures.
Again, what I said.
Right. And he said they could also be trying to get him to say, no, that's not her house. He said, we don't know that the pictures that they showed him were of your house, do we? I said, well, no. I said, no, we don't. He said, okay.
Yeah, they made a big deal about that luminous stuff.
Right. But it was still there when Manny.
What if that made it where it didn't go anymore after they put that on there? I don't know.
Well, it's all, he said, Melody, it would have still been glowing when we came through that house. And he said, it wasn't. I said, there were 2 places on the carpet going up the steps that, they had said something about. And he said, if they had thought that it was anything, they would have cut that carpet out. But they didn't. He said, have you done it? I said, no, it's still right there. He said, we did a test on it. He said, LeBron said it was wine that had been spilled. He said, Melody, if they had thought you had cleaned up everything, he said, they would have taken mops and towels and all that kind of stuff. He said, they didn't do it. They're all still there. He said, you had towels in your washing machine, remember? He said, they're all still there. He said, Melody, you had shoes sitting by your front door. They're still there. And it's true.
I can't even see.
I'm wondering did they leave any of them with your attorney? Leave any kind of documentation?
I don't know.
Call him back and ask him if they left anything.
He said he would call me. He would try to call me sometime tonight.
Okay.
All right. I haven't eaten or drank or anything.
Me either.
Or peed or pooped or nothing.
Okay, let me give you Amanda's cell phone number, okay?
Okay.
Because Amanda's going to be here. Well, she gets off at 7, and she'll be here, and I will be with her. So I'm going to put this phone up. But if anything happens, then that way you're not calling my other one. But you can always get me on her cell phone number, okay? I've put it all out on the line with her. I've told her, you know.
Okay.
Her number is 678.
Okay.
5.
Do that. All right.
Okay.
Talk to the judges.
If you can eat you something.
I don't know who else.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and right now take you either a Benadryl or take you 1 Advil PM.
Yeah.
That way it will kind of take you down, help make you breathe a little bit better.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm going to get with Amanda and see if she talked to Mandy, okay?
Okay.
And see what he told her. And I will let you know as soon as I talk to her.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
Okay.
Do that for me, okay?
I will. I promise.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My hand on your waist.
Hand on your waist, darling.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right, break for 15 minutes. So every now and then I get a wild hair, and then when I try to bring up things, people are like, no, we don't think that's a good idea. Or it's a good idea, but logistically it's a problem. So we only have the bus for a short period of time. Security is worried about going over there, the election anyway. So we had a brief meeting with the lawyers. Time-wise, my biggest concern is y'all are going to have a dead hour tomorrow after the field trip. And I'm concerned about that. I talked with the lawyers briefly during the break, and we think that we can work on matters that we need to deal with and then just cut y'all loose. So now then the question is, if we're going to do that, do y'all want lunch brought in and then go on the field trip, or do y'all just want to go on the field trip and then be cut loose for the afternoon and go out lunch on your own? I think we will start that around the plant. Y'all going to have 30 minutes dead time on the front of it because we got to go out ahead of y'all. So my plan was to bring food in for y'all for that 30 minutes. So y'all can do that, and then y'all can go have second lunch if you want. So we'll stick with that part of it. So I only anticipate we'll be out the property y'all only be out there for about 15 minutes. It's just 20 to 30 minutes there and 20 to 30 minutes back. But the lawyers and I are going to then leave, go out for lunch on our own, reconvene here about 3, work for 2 hours, but then cut y'all loose for the day. And I still think we're about the same timeline I was talking about. So I don't think that'll be a problem. So y'all can go vote on your own. Y'all can go to where I suggested. I've also heard that the line is exceptionally short in ball ground at the library. So you might want to consider that. All right. Wherever we were, Ms. Frankish, go ahead. But, 2 other concerns, sorry. If you don't, I anticipate y'all going to be deliberating on election day. Y'all can take 2 hours to vote during the election day. I'll talk to y'all about when y'all deliberate later. Someone has a concern about an appointment. Again, during deliberations, it's going to be up to y'all on when y'all deliberate. So if somebody has an appointment in the morning, that's fine. Y'all can agree to show up at 10 o'clock and start deliberations at that point. So that should not be a problem. All right. Now you can go.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Hayes, that call we just listened to, can you put the date of that call on the record?
August 2nd, 2018.
All right. And what is the date of call yo number 5?
August 3rd, 2018.
All right, and at this time, I'm going to publish call you number 5.
Is that? Okay. We're back. Me and the puppies are in bed. He's gonna holler at you.
Bed probably on for an hour.
Yeah, we did about 45 minutes ago. You sent me that text that you're in bed. Yeah, are you? Take anything? Get you dinner.
I did.
Mm-hmm. I'll be in the morning.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Did I tell you that Emily sent enough the thing about funeral arrangements?
No.
She, let me see if I can read it. Said, I have reached out to the Roswell Funeral Home this week about the memorial service for Daddy. From my conversations with them this week, I think that they would be the best place to take care of Daddy. The Roswell Funeral Home has emailed me details about the cremation package that they offer. Their top package handles everything from picking up Daddy once his remains are released to cremation, urn selection, and a memorial service with a reception celebrating his life. Honor cremation service is $7,595. I think that would be the best package for us to select. I have tentatively scheduled a meeting with the Roswell Funeral Home for all of us to attend on Sunday, August the 5th at 10:30 a.m. I think we should go ahead and meet with them and decide on service arrangements. The funeral home reached out to the coroner's office and Daddy won't be released for a couple more weeks. We should have the funeral home lined up so that when Daddy is released, they can pick him up immediately. From there, he would be cremated and service would be planned within 5 days. Again, personally, I feel that the Roswell Funeral Home has gone above and beyond to answer my questions, and I feel comfortable with having them handle this for us. I think we should go ahead and plan to meet with Roswell Funeral Home on Sunday so that we can have this experience together as a family.
That's good.
$8,000 not expensive. Too expensive for something that they're not going to be doing anything to a dead body. Except picking him up and bringing him away.
All you're doing is making your family happy. So
I know.
okay. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
$8,000 of money that I don't know that I have.
Well,
should be very interesting. And I'm going to tell them, look, y'all, we don't know what there is because I ain't been able to find out. Because my name's on nothing. Do you all understand that? But we can't go and plan on, an $8,000 funeral unless y'all are planning on coughing up $2,000 a piece. Am I not right?
Emily's taking the bull by the horns. Let her take the bull by the horns.
Exactly. And just keep my mouth shut.
That's right.
But when it comes down to paying for it, then
Don't it just she gets to sign for it.
exactly. Thank you for being my voice of reason.
Don't fret the small stuff. Do the right thing.
Mm. But at the end of the day, I keep thinking, I can't stand over there and go, find my name on the line for $8,000 that, I don't know when I'll get my hands on.
Oh, no, your name ain't on the checking account, so you can't do it.
No, can't do it.
And you can tell her that.
Yeah.
But you go there and, I don't care, but I can't pay for it. My name ain't on the checking account.
Yeah.
So just details that everybody y'all have to work through. Just don't fight it.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Thank you.
Me too.
Thank you.
Huh?
Did you stay for Caitlin soccer?
Yeah. Just practice, but
What'd you end up doing for dinner?
I had her because the rest of them went to football camp.
Oh, okay.
She didn't have nobody to take care of her.
Okay. What'd you eat?
Hamburger.
Just making sure you ate.
What?
Making sure you ate.
I ate.
I love you, sweetie.
Love you, baby.
All right. Call me in the morning?
Yep.
Okay. I've got my phone with me. So you should wake up. Okay.
Love you.
I love you. Okay.
Yeah.
The date of Collio 6, Sergeant.
August 15th, 2018.
Publishing Collio 6.
Why didn't you call me like you said you would?
Because I didn't.
Okay.
I talked to a customer on the way home. I talked to Jimmy. I FaceTimed Mason. I got ready for bed.
And
I
then
got
you
in
could have
bed,
called me.
and I didn't.
And you've been drinking.
Damn right. I drink every night.
Well, that one's on you too, isn't it? That's a good way to face this, is to drink every night.
I sit in my room and I drink.
Well,
and I take my
okay.
pills and I go to sleep. Just
well,
so I can
that's
get
no way to
through it.
handle this, is it?
I ain't
You know,
handling it.
I have asked to talk to you. I have begged you. I need to talk to you.
Well, when I can sit down face to face and talk to you, I will.
I love you. Good night.
I love you too.
Sergeant Hayes, you mentioned, there's been mention of a security system at the house, and that was collected.
Yes.
Was that ever extracted? The data within it extracted?
It was.
There was statements from family members that it was not functioning. Was that confirmed when the data was extracted? In 2018, it was not functioning.
Yes.
Okay, so was it recording anything in 2018?
No.
When it was extracted, was footage able to be extracted from that machine?
Yes.
The DVR.
That's correct.
But nothing from 2018, right?
Correct.
At this time, state moves to under Hayes 51, 52, and 53.
No objection.
All right, then move.
I'm publishing Hayes 53. And before I play this, do you know what we're looking at here, Sergeant?
It's a video camera view of the front porch of the residence.
What is the date up in the corner?
4/15/2017.
Was there anything beyond 2017 in this DVR?
No.
And this is 2155 Purcell Lane?
It is.
Do you know who that is?
That's Gary Farris.
State's now publishing Hayes 51. Is this that same angle from Hayes 53?
It is.
Does it appear to have night vision on
It
in
does.
this video?
Yes.
What is the title there down at the bottom?
Front door.
Who is that?
Melody Farris.
State's publishing Hayes 52. Does this appear to be the same angle that the two previous clips are from?
Yes.
And what's the date on the top left corner?
April 30th, 2017.
Thank you. Who's that just walked out the front door?
That's Melody Farris.
And who's approaching from the sidewalk?
Scott Farris.
You heard the recordings of Ms. Farris and Mr. Barton that we just played prior to lunch, correct?
Yes.
Now, when she was talking to you and Sergeant Kuykendall, it was actually Melody who pointed out Mr. Farris's remains to Scott.
That's correct.
And in the beginning of that interview, you were asking her about Scott Farris and Chris Farris.
Correct.
And basically, she was telling you he wasn't going to cut his gravy train off in reference to the boys.
Correct.
And the gravy train is who?
Gary Farris.
Thank you, Sergeant. That's all I have for you.
What's that?
Go as long as you intend to, and if we need, when we get past 5:15 or so, come to a logical conclusion. Unless you think we can wrap up by 5:30. I don't know. I'm not anticipating that it's gonna happen. Just
You never know. You never know. We're all pretty tired. All right. Detective Hayes. I don't think I need to introduce myself. We've been sitting here together now for 2.5 weeks. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the beginning of your involvement in this case.
Okay.
And so that was roughly 1:30 on the 5th, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Roughly. And what were you doing earlier in the day?
Just a normal day at the office. We just finished lunch. We usually went to lunch around 11:30. So,
what did the call sound like? I mean, you gave a little bit of a rendition, but what did you think you were coming up on?
Coming up to an accident that someone had a medical episode and fallen into a brush fire.
And did you and Kuykendall typically work together back then?
Yes.
So, like every case, would you have called yourselves partners? Because I think you said you guys were not partners.
We would help each other. So we were the two people in the day shift, what we called the persons unit. It was just me and him. That was it. So if we needed help and the other wasn't busy, our desks were next to, I think I sat in front of him. He was right behind me. So.
Okay. But you weren't his boss.
Correct.
Okay. But you were, in this case, Hans looked at you and said, you're going to do this one.
Correct.
You're the lead.
Correct.
How quickly was that from the time you responded? Was Hans already there?
Yeah, it happened on scene. Kuykendall and I had shown up. We called back to the office and said, this is more than what we thought it was. It appears to be more than what we thought it was. That's when more people started coming.
So you and Hans were there, or you were there before basically all of Cherokee County got there. Y'all were some of the first responding from Cherokee SO.
Uniform patrols on scene of the Free Home Precinct. They're the local responders. We were coming all the way from Woodstock. That's where our office is, the criminal investigation office. So we were the first members of criminal investigations that arrived on scene.
Okay. Why did he pick you to be the lead?
I don't know.
What was the normal way of assigning cases back then?
If it was a case that Uniform Patrol had taken a report on and a CID response wasn't required, Sergeant Hans, Detective Kuykendall, or myself, we would come in every morning and we would review cases, decide which cases to screen, and that means those don't have enough solvability factors. We're not going to work it. So we screen those. We kind of get those off the list, and then you go through the list and decide what can be worked, what needs to be prioritized, and things along those lines. If it's an active scene, we respond and a supervisor makes a decision on the scene.
So you guys get there, you're assigned, but you'd already been down to the burn pile.
Yes.
All right. And what did you tell, you're the one that called in and said, look, we think this is more than simply an accident.
I don't remember if I called him or Kuykendall. I believe Kuykendall probably called back to the South Annex.
He's the one that said this is more than an accident, Kuykendall.
Oh, we both looked at it and we're like, well, this is not what we expected to see when we got here. So we need more eyes on scene. We need to let our supervisors know.
Right. What training at that point, which I know now, obviously since this case, you've probably learned a lot about this kind of stuff. But at that point, what training did you have in bodies being destroyed by fire?
Early in my criminal investigations career, I did help with it was a murder-suicide where the defendant, or the suspect, there was no defendant, burned the house down on top of the family. So I had responded to that scene. I had seen bodies that had been burned up in a fire. As far as formal training, actually being taught in a class, I don't think I had any at the time. Correct.
Just in the field, you had that one case, And then this case came along.
Correct.
And now you have more formal training than probably you ever could have imagined.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you then tell me about you kind of parsing apart the people that you saw. Who did you see first? The first person that you spoke to that day in the family?
I walked up and, most of the family was hanging out in the driveway area. I saw them, didn't know who they were at first, walked past them, to go talk to my law enforcement partners that were on the scene to figure out.
Pinion was there?
Kind of sizing up. He wasn't there yet.
Okay.
So at the time, Pinion was my captain, so he was the highest ranking, he was the CID commander. So he would have been doing whatever he was doing. He may have been at the office, I don't recall. But you follow the chain of command. We would call back. Our direct supervisor was Sergeant Hands. We told him what we had. Then he would make his notifications above him.
And above him was Pinion?
Ultimately, above him was Pinion, but between him and Pinion would have been Lieutenant Clark.
Lieutenant who?
Clark, Daryl Clark.
All right. Was he on scene?
At some point, yes, he came out there.
Okay. Now, Pinion came? He did come out.
He did.
All right. And did Pinion talk to Scott before Kuykendall did?
I don't know.
From the reports. I mean, because you're the head guy on this case, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've been sitting here for the whole time, and we're going to talk a lot about every aspect of this. And I'm going to do everything I can. I don't think I'm going to get this finished by 5:30 today, but I'm going to try. But you ultimately, the buck stops with you, correct?
Not necessarily. I was named the lead detective, which in my eyes meant, when I hate to call it fun, but when the crime scene, when everything's over and all the work on the back end happens, the search warrants and all that, I'm the guy that gets to sit on the stand and talk about it all at the end, basically. So on the scene, there was multiple lieutenants, multiple sergeants, a captain, all them. They outranked me. So even though I'm lead detective, if I say I think we need to do this and they say otherwise, I have to do what they tell me.
And that's kind of what's come across, I think, to the jury is really nobody can put their finger on who's really in charge of this investigation. Would you say that's fair?
I can see how it would come across that way, yes.
Okay. All right. So how did it get decided that you would go spend, which obviously you didn't know how long you were going to talk to Melody, because it was within 30 minutes of you arriving that you sat down on the porch and talked to her. Mm-hmm. How did you and Kuykendall say, well, I'll talk to Melody, you talk to Scott? I
don't recall exactly how the decision was made. It would have been between Detective Kuykendall and I, or Sergeant Hands of, you go talk to this person, you go talk to this person. Obviously Melody and Scott were the people that lived on the property, so I believe that's why they were chosen to speak with them first.
Okay. So when was the first time, which the jury has heard your whole recording, which there's, hours obviously of these recordings with Melody, but when did you and Kuykendall reconvene after he took Scott and set Scott in the car and you got done with Melody? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly when. It would have been sometime after that.
Okay. What do you remember Kuykendall said to you?
I remember hearing about, more information about the gun that Scott was saying was missing.
Did you say more information? Prior to that, had any of the on-scene witnesses said, this guy, Scott Farris, says there's a gun missing?
I think Scott was telling the initial arriving officers as they were getting there.
So you'd already heard that?
Yes.
Before you sat down and talked to Melody?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I don't think you brought any of that up with her in the first interview, right?
I don't recall if I did. I don't think I did.
All right. So let's go back to Kuykendall. So Kuykendall, he kind of goes in, gets him in the car, talks to him. Jury's heard that, or at least his rendition of that and Scott's rendition of that. But what did he tell you, Kuykendall?
Just a brief overview of I don't remember his exact words of what Scott had told him. He would have told me what he felt was important from his conversation that I should know, is the best way I can put it. So definitely, I recall learning more about this missing gun, like what piece of furniture, the story about it being a couple weeks prior when he was down there about with the cable guy looking for the remote.
I'm going to ask you this. Did it not seem a little weird? You showed up. There's a body that's burned to the point of not being recognizable. Don't really necessarily know who it is at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've got Scott Farris over here talking about a bullet or a gun.
Correct.
Okay. Did you not think that was kind of odd?
It caught me by surprise. Yeah, it caught my attention.
Like no evidence in the house has been found yet of Which, by the way, when did you guys get the search warrant?
I don't believe I was on scene. I did not author the first couple of search warrants. It was later that evening. I believe it was after the first bullet was found.
The
in
search
the rib
warrants.
cage.
What's that now?
I believe it was after the first bullet was found in the rib cage. Would have been the search warrant to get inside the house.
Okay. So you guys weren't searching the house before the bullet was found?
Not inside the house that I recall.
Because wasn't the bullet found, we're talking about towards midnight. And Detective Kuykendall had already been in the house, and he'd been on the floor, and he'd found the bullet while you were talking to Melody at one point at the precinct.
So we're talking about two different bullets. The bullet I was referring to was the one found in the rib bone that was out in the fire pit. That was found in the evening, because I know I interviewed Melody the second time at about 9:30 at the Free Home Precinct, and I had discovered that prior to that interview. The bullet in the basement floor was found after that.
So that's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So, but you were made aware of the bullet in the rib cage while you were talking to Melody at the 9:30? Or what time?
No, it was before that.
Okay.
That was the reason for the second interview. We had new information that we needed to,
Right. Just trying to get our bullets right. Which one you knew about first?
The rib cage.
Rib cage bullet. All right.
Yes.
But let's go back to, when did you leave the scene at Purcell Lane?
As in to go to Free Home to interview Melody?
Yeah.
It would have been a little before meeting her there.
Okay. So
we were on the scene when we discussed going there to be interviewed because she was still hanging out in the driveway.
Okay. Was the sun still up?
Was the sun still up?
Yeah, that's just a good way to tell. It's summertime.
Yeah, I don't recall if the sun was still up or not. It was around that dusk, getting around that dusk time based off of the time of my interview with her.
All right. So y'all agreed to go over and you've explained all that to the jury, but where was Kuykendall at that time?
I don't know. He was on the scene somewhere doing whatever he had been assigned to do.
All right. Going in the house?
I'm assuming.
That's when he found the bullet?
At some point, yes.
Okay. You've been sitting here. This is very unique that it is and it isn't, but you're the only witness that has sat here throughout this entire investigation because there's an exception that allows you to do that.
Yes.
As you've seen more and more and more of the on-scene investigation, you would agree with me that did not go according to plan.
I don't know what the initial plan was, so I don't know if it went according to plan or not.
Well, you're not a crime scene expert.
That's correct.
That's not what you do.
That's correct.
But you knew that these guys, as we've all been sitting here learning throughout this case, that you've got crime scene supplements, detectives supplement crime scene, and they all kind of have to work together towards one goal, right?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that almost immediately, this crime scene kind of devolved into chaos.
I wouldn't call it chaos. It's definitely expansive. It was more than we typically handle.
Sure. And you had, I believe, Detective Kuykendall. Were you there when he was dispatched to go stand at the tractor?
I would have been on scene. I don't recall hearing it or seeing it done.
Right. Is it not unusual for a detective who's supposed to be talking to witnesses that all of a sudden this detective, he's going to go over here and stand watch next to a tractor?
Unusual?
I don't know. You tell me.
At the time, I don't know exactly how many people were on scene or who directed him to do it, but I wouldn't say it would be unusual. I've stood and held crime scenes if I wasn't the lead detective multiple times.
Okay. But he's already interviewed Scott, and then you guys, in that afternoon, were interviewing Chris. Emily shows up, Amanda, Melody, all these people, and somebody thought it was a good idea for Detective Kuykendall to go stand next to a tractor?
I'm assuming so. Yes.
Okay. Who was that?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
At one point, and I have to think, again, we've all been on this case for years, but sometimes I think, what was Hayes thinking at this moment? If I look over and if Michael Ray is over here trying to guard a tractor and we're in the middle of a very serious trial, I would be kind of angry about that. Were you? When you realize your partner's essentially standing next to a tractor?
No. I had multiple detectives and investigators on scene that day that were doing different things. So I don't even think like I told you, I don't even think I noticed him missing. I assumed he was out doing whatever he was told.
Okay. By somebody else, and we don't know who that was.
Correct.
All right.
I don't know who it is.
What's that?
I don't know who it was.
Right.
Who told
and
me.
that's fine. And that's all I'm going for. If you don't know, you don't know. When did you first walk in the house? The actual house?
I don't recall. It may have been that next morning.
Is that when you found the shirt?
No, I found the shirt on Saturday or Sunday. I don't recall exactly the day. No.
Okay.
It was. We were closing down what we call closing down the search warrant. We were getting ready to release the house.
Okay. All right. So I'll come back. So you didn't find the shirt that day. So I'm going to come back to the shirt. I've actually got the shirt pulled. I'm going to have that ready for the jury to see, and the shoes. But was that the first time you went in the house?
Was that the first
like
time?
Saturday, Sunday?
No, that would not have been the first time. No.
Would it have been Friday, or did you go into the house at all on Thursday?
I believe it would have been Friday.
Okay. So after all these interviews with Melody, it's after that you went into the house for the first time.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, because all your interviews with Melody Farris were completed by lunch on Friday, right?
Yes.
That would be the 6th.
Correct.
Friday the 6th. We're done. There's never another interview. That's it.
Right.
Okay. All right. So going back to the crime scene itself. When did you begin to actually learn what they were finding on the crime scene or not finding?
Throughout the case. You could hear the interviews that we played.
Sound like you're getting phone calls and texts.
Phone calls, text messages. Hey, step out, stuff like that.
I mean, that's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're over here trying to do your job, and you're trying to interview a witness, and somebody's constantly distracting you.
Yes.
And it seemed like it was different people.
At times.
All right. What are you supposed to do in that situation, Hayes?
What am I supposed to do?
Right. What do you do when you're getting all this conflicting information? How do you parse through that?
Deal with it as it comes the best I can. You heard my phone going off in the interview at times. I'd ignore stuff, and then the phone would keep ringing, and I'd step out and answer. And some of it was, hey, what is she saying? Is there anything else we need? Asking for information from me based off of what I'm doing. Other was passing information along to me.
Okay. And that was information about what? What was the primary bit of information that was being passed along to you while you were interviewing Melody Farris?
Which time?
The first time.
The first interview?
The first interview.
I don't recall being interrupted too many times the first interview. We were on scene. We had just initially gotten there. I think most of the text messages, I say at the end of the interview, my sergeant's asking me to come down there. It's likely crime scene was getting there.
Which sergeant was that?
It would have been Sergeant Hands. He was my sergeant at the time. Yeah. I forgot where I was. He likely, I said in my interview, there goes crime scene truck. They just arrived, stuff like that. So,
by the way, where did that crime scene, did it just drive back there all the way down?
Its initial response, I don't recall. At some point, it was back down in the backyard, I'd say halfway between the back of the house and the burn pile. So their equipment was close.
Did it drive kind of through the grass there? Back on you guys are sitting, and let me pull this up instead of us sitting here and talking about where you may have been. Were y'all sitting on this porch?
The bottom patio on the concrete.
So below that?
Below that porch, okay. Yes. Outside of, I believe it was Gary's office door.
So down here?
Correct.
Okay. See if I can find a better photo of that. Behind these trees is where you guys would have sat?
Yes, near the back.
Right there.
There you go. Yep.
Were you in the swing or was Melody?
Melody was in swing.
All right. So did the crime scene truck drive down through the grass right here?
No.
Where did it drive?
It went down the driveway. When you hear me in my interview say there's a crime scene truck,
Okay.
I heard something coming, turned around and looked. It was coming down the driveway. I believe it may have made a wrong turn and went up towards the
Chicken
barn.
coops?
No, towards the barn and people were kind of waving it to come back to the house. But after it got in the driveway, I don't know because I continued to interview Melody.
Okay. Did you ever see it drive down to the burn pile itself?
I did not see it drive down there.
Did you ever go back down to the burn pile after your interview with Melody?
I did.
All right. What was going on down there?
Crime scene was there. Phone calls were being made because, again, it's an expansive scene. I think our crime scene unit looked at it and realized, well, we've never handled anything like this either. We did get an expert or someone that knows more of what they're doing on the phone.
Do you know if Shaw was already on the scene at that point?
I don't recall if he came with a crime scene truck or drove separate. I don't. A lot of people showed up during my interview with Melody. I compare from when I was told to go interviewed her for a little over an hour and then came back, there was a lot more people on scene.
Okay. But Shaw, do you know that he was on scene yet by that point?
I don't recall exactly when he arrived. I believe he was. He was one of the first responding crime scene supervisors, so he'd be out there to size it up.
So that's kind of leading into my next question. So
okay.
He gets assigned to be crime scene supervisor, and you are detective, right?
Correct.
So how much were you two communicating?
Throughout the night, periodically.
Okay. Can you remember and explain that to the jury?
And again, I was fortunate enough to get to hear him testify, and I know what he did. His knowledge was around the burn pile. So he's the crime scene unit supervisor on a regular day. He's a sergeant, so everything kind of went through him. But on this day, he was over the burn pile area. So any information he would have relayed to me would have came from that burn pile area. How he assigned his unit, his people to different areas of the house, or who was supervising them, or who was in charge of what, I can't answer that.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever, that afternoon, walk over to the barn?
On the afternoon of the 5th.
Thursday the 5th.
I don't recall if it was on the 5th. I know I walked over there, and it was daytime. It was hot.
The first day you guys arrived.
Right.
You don't remember if you walked over there or not?
I don't.
Okay. So the sum total of what you did on the scene on the 5th was talk to Melody. Did you talk to anybody else that you can remember?
Yes.
Who?
Amanda Farris.
Talk about that interview, if you don't mind.
It was short. I spoke with her, started asking her questions. I didn't know she'd already been interviewed by somebody else, so it was very short.
Okay. What have you ever gathered or learned from Amanda? I mean, that's one of the 4 Farris children, correct?
Correct.
All right. And she's not testified at this time, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what have you learned from Amanda? She was on scene, right?
She was on scene. I didn't learn much because I spoke with her briefly. She basically said I was here to pick up my fiance's daughter, Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. And when she got there, she learned her dad was missing. They started looking for him, found what they found in the burn pile. And she basically made the comment, I already told, I think Sergeant Hands this. And I said, I didn't know you'd already been interviewed. She was upset. I wasn't going to make her go back through, what she saw right then. So I ended the interview and moved on, and I never spoke to her again.
I've been meaning to ask you this, because we have sat here and listened to these recordings forever. And that was before body cams really came into did detectives use body cams even now?
Yes.
Y'all put body cams on to interview people.
It depends. So some people do. I believe what the policy states, if you're going to a pre-planned, like if you're going to go serve a search warrant, detectives are supposed to wear them.
Sure.
But natural deaths, things like that, you can record however you want.
Okay. But to interview folks, you typically wouldn't want to put a camera on and just have it right in their face, right?
It would depend.
Because in the interview room back at sheriff's office, the cameras aren't out in the open; they're kind of concealed, right?
That's correct.
All right. So tell me how you put would you just walk up and have it already on and in your pocket, or how would you do that?
I typically carried a portfolio type thing. I would open that so I could write and hold it in my hand under it. Sometimes I'd lay it on the pad. Just depend on the circumstance. Sometimes I put it on the table. It just depends on the situation.
Would your interviewee typically see the recorder or not?
Not always. It would depend.
Okay. So in this case, with Melody, for example, do you remember what you did with the recorder?
I don't recall. I believe in the first interview with her on the back patio, I probably kept it in my portfolio.
In the phone?
It was on me. I wasn't necessarily setting it on the table so she could see it.
Right. And that's common practice, right?
Yes.
And the reason the jury's like, why are you asking this again, John Luke? I don't know that most people are aware that detectives don't get their recorder out and sit it on the table.
Correct.
Typically, you keep it in your pocket.
Some people will. I don't like mine in my pocket because if it moves around on the mic, like when I wrote this one, it'll bust your eardrums if you got headphones on listening to your recording later. And sometimes it muffles the sound. So I typically never put mine in my pocket. It would be in my hand, under the portfolio, something like that.
But concealed.
Yes.
That's part of the practice.
Yes.
Right. And that's not against the rules.
Correct.
It's kind of highly encouraged, correct?
Correct.
Right. And did you record your interview with Amanda?
I believe I did, yes.
All right. Did you ever gather from Amanda or anybody else on the scene that she was bringing up the things Scott was saying about a missing gun? Do you remember that at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance to take a break during this first 12 hours from 1 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning? Did you ever stop?
Not really. I think they brought us pizza to the scene to eat, and just between interviews and watching the crime scene do what they were doing, trying to drink water, but never go home and sleep for 3 hours break. Now,
did you actually take any breaks at all in the first 24 hours? Any sleep?
Yeah. After I interviewed Miss Farris the second time, I interviewed Scott Farris after her. I believe I went home for a few hours, but I was back early the next morning to interview Miss Farris again.
Okay. Did you, so it's safe to say that you spent the vast majority of the first 24 hours just interviewing witnesses?
Correct.
When did you get your first actual report from either Shaw or Thrasher or Stewart about what was being found on the crime scene?
At some point, Kuykendall told me, obviously, I learned about the bullet that he had found in the basement, and I don't recall exactly. It wasn't long after he found it, because, of course, that was a pretty big piece of evidence. I believe after I interviewed Melody on Saturday, the last time I interviewed, it's been a long time ago, on Friday.
The 6th.
The 6th,
right?
Yes, which was my last interview with her that morning. Things started calming down a little bit, and I was able to spend some more time at the scene, finally getting to walk around and see what they were seeing.
But what I'm asking is, did Shaw sit down with you and give you a report of what they were doing?
When you say report, hand me a piece of paper, or
no,
just
it doesn't have to be
verbal?
A piece of paper. He call you up. Hey, this is what's going on over here. This is what we found. This is what Thrasher found. This is what Stewart found. Did that ever happen?
That happened. I don't think it was on Friday. When I say we were doing the walk around through the scene to release it, that was actually with Shaw and Ballard, Lieutenant Ballard.
So that was probably Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. After you interviewed basically all the witnesses in the case.
Correct.
Don't you think it would have been helpful to you have had to have them been able to get you some of this information sooner than Saturday when y'all are kind of closing the scene down?
Sure, hindsight's always 20/20. I mean, I'd like to know everything as soon as it happened, but it just didn't work out that way.
But you would have liked it to
Sure.
have happened. That would have been helpful for you to ask questions. right?
Absolutely. It would have been helpful if I could have cloned myself 10 times over and, everything was feeding one brain.
Okay. Why was Kuykendall back at the house? This is what I keep getting confused with, because you and him are tasked with this, and you heard him, he uses the word task a lot. I wasn't tasked to do this, I was tasked to do that, and I've still been trying to figure out who was tasking who here. So why was your partner, essentially, your detective partner, going and guarding physical evidence and then going in the house and doing crime scene investigation work and not out interviewing witnesses? But you were staying on task, doing your job, interviewing witnesses, but he's over here doing all kinds of stuff.
I don't know.
I mean, did that not frustrate you a little bit?
I didn't know what was happening at the time.
Okay.
I was in my interviews.
Okay. So tell me, going into the interview, the second interview with Melody at the station.
Okay.
The fire station, I believe, or community center.
Yeah, it's the precinct, the sheriff's office precinct, fire station, and community center.
It's everything, all in one.
Yes.
In Freeholm.
Correct.
Okay. So you're out there preparing that. You explained to the jury the area you did the interviews and all these things. But what was your plan going into the interview with Melody?
To get the truth.
What was your vision of the case? You've been on the case for 10 hours at that point. What was your thoughts?
At the time, everybody's pointing fingers at everybody, So I was going in knowing now that Gary had been shot, that we found a bullet. At this time, I didn't know about the bullet in the basement, but I knew that Gary had been shot, so that changed the outlook of the investigation. I'd already spoken with Melody once. Wanted to see what else she knew now that I could present her this new information.
Okay. What is your tactic? What would you say your tactics are generally for an interview or an interrogation?
My tactics?
Yeah.
It depends. I like to go in and try to read the people that I'm talking to. I feel like I can read people pretty well. Sometimes people need to be talked to a little more aggressively than others. Sometimes a simple conversation can accomplish the goal. So I'm pretty fluid in that.
Okay. So you seem to be, tell me if I'm wrong, but typically yours is a more conversational style.
Correct.
And we've all sat here and listened to so many hours of your interviews. You don't seem to be very confrontational, correct?
At this time, no.
Okay. Never really in any of these interviews you seem to be the one that was like, Pope was brought in up in Tennessee to be confrontational, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then in this one, as much as I guess he can be because he's always apologizing, Kuykendall was the confrontational one.
Yeah, I've listened to the interview. I'd agree with that.
Okay. So was that predetermined or just something that happened?
No. With which one?
Not with Pope. I think y'all determined in advance he was going to be the bad cop.
With Kuykendall?
With Kuykendall.
It wasn't predetermined. That interview happened pretty quickly after the bullet in the rib bone was found. And he and I had done so many interviews together in the past because most of our criminal investigations career, we've worked together in some form or fashion, and we read each other pretty good. I know when to shut up. When he's talking, he knows when I butt in to listen and things like that.
Well, it sounded like he did a lot of talking in that interview.
He always does.
Okay. Maybe sometimes when he's under cross-examination.
He's probably going to be mad when he goes back and watches this.
But I want to get to something. So, you guys already knew essentially about her having a relationship with Rusty Barton. When did you find out about it?
Yep. Family members, I don't recall. Obviously, I think Scott had mentioned it, the name Rusty Barton. Then we found eventually had found that credit card.
Which Kuykendall found, I believe.
I don't recall who.
Okay. All right. So you had heard it from family members already. You knew that Scott had said there's a missing gun and there's a rusty Barton, right?
And the Ted Wiley, yes.
And Ted Wiley, you already knew about Ted Wiley, guy from 10 years ago.
Right.
Right. But, she's not over here, and the district attorney's office kind of questioned about things that she didn't bring up and things like that. You've been doing this for a long time, Hayes. People don't typically bring up extramarital relationships in interviews right away, right?
Oh, they typically don't offer the information, no.
They don't.
Right.
So that's not unusual, right?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. So going into, it's safe to say, did you know about any extramarital relationships going into the first interview sitting on the porch?
I don't believe I did at that time.
Okay. But you did already know about the gun.
I'd heard mention of it.
Going into that interview.
Correct.
Within the first 30 minutes of you being on a crime scene.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't know about the affair?
I don't believe I did.
All right. But you knew about the affair by the time we get to the station that night?
Yes.
Did you know anything more, like any details about the affair? Can you remember?
I believe the statement was that she would disappear up to Tennessee, and the people that Miss Barton that she was going up there to visit and take care of, and
Martha Jane.
Martha Jane.
All right.
Martha
So
Jane.
you already knew about Martha Jane.
Yes.
So it's safe. I mean, we've all been together now, and I keep saying that, but it's unique for me to cross-examine somebody who has sat here and had 2.5 weeks to study for the exam.
Yes.
But it's safe to say that you knew all the cast and characters that this jury knows about right now within about the first 6 hours of you being on scene.
Most of them, yes. I'd say that's fair.
But the primary
yeah.
people on that picture board that the district attorney's office printed out, and you knew about it.
Yes.
Even some of them you'd say you knew about within 2 hours. The vast majority of them.
Yes.
Okay. How do you think that framed the way you thought for the rest of this case?
Knowing how many people were involved or that names were brought up?
Kind of generally what you already knew. You knew that there was a spouse and she was having an affair, and you have a son that says a gun is missing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that has been the general theme of y'all's case since within the first hour of arriving on scene?
We were told that pretty early arriving on scene, and as we continued to investigate it, the evidence continued to point that way.
Okay. All right. So let's go back to the scene, because I want to kind of get to this point. You go back to the scene after her interviews, and Hegwood, you collected some evidence, did you not? Sure. How do I get into this? Do I need gloves? You probably need some gloves too. We'll get some again. I'll give you the shoes back. So where were you back when you went back to the house? Where were you in the house when you found this shirt?
The shirt? Mm-hmm. The master bedroom closet.
Okay. And doing a terrible job. Johnny Cochran would be upset with me putting on these gloves. All right, I got it. I'm going to do this with one glove. And I'm good to pull this out?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. If you could hold that up. Open. You can open it. We've seen pictures, but sometimes I think we should look at the real things. Is that the shirt that you found? It's okay if you don't remember, but yes. All right. Tell me what drew your attention to this shirt.
At the time, it was a little darker back then. I think in the packaging, some of the soot has been wiped away, but there was what appeared to be.
You think that was soot? Mm-hmm. That's what you said.
That's what it looked like to me.
Okay. And was it in a? All right. There's all kinds of circles drawn on this.
Yeah, there is.
What is this stuff? Did you notice any of this?
When I pulled it out and handed it off, we all started looking at it. I had 2 crime scene detectives there with me.
Do you remember which ones?
It was Shaw, I know, was with me because we were doing the walk through the house. And Ballard was on the scene because he was called over as well. That big cutting, we started seeing stains that looked like they were possibly blood.
Right. Now I got to ask you this: Did you say to Your Honor? Could you turn on the overhead, please? Yes, I'll do. I will do whatever you guys think I should do. So this is the spot you're talking about right here.
Correct.
All right. Which could be any number of things. Yes?
I agree.
Dirt, you name it.
Could be.
Did you ever look over at Shaw and say, hey, Shaw, can we do a test to see if this is soot?
No.
All right. Did Shaw look over at you and say, we got a really good soot test. I can check for that.
No.
Well, then how? You don't really know what this is supposed to be, right?
Well, not scientifically, I can know, my guesstimate is from looking at it.
It's just a guesstimate from looking at it. But it could be any number of things. Right?
I agree with that.
All right. And then the blood, we got cuttings and all this stuff. We got cutting of blood up here. This is the hole that was cut out. That was where the blood was found?
Yes.
And you were made aware, at least later, that was just Melody's blood, right? You knew that?
Yes.
Okay. You know that now?
I do now.
Okay. Did you ever ask anybody on scene what she was wearing and when she was wearing this shirt?
No.
Okay. The shoes. Where are they at? Is there another pair of shoes?
There's 2 pairs of shoes.
I need both. I'm sorry, I apologize. All right, these shoes right here. Did you find these? I think you found all the shoes, right?
Yes.
All right. So, what did you notice about these shoes?
When I looked at the bottom of them, you see what appeared to be a blood stain on top.
All right. But they hadn't. There were 2 pairs of shoes, both roughly looking like Nikes.
Correct.
What's that?
Small tables in the back.
The little foldable one?
To put this stuff on?
Yeah. Bring in let's take a second.
Quick. Thanks, Judge. You know what, Hayes? This is why I'm not in charge of crime scene intake.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Another witness
decision and doesn't have his card and can't get back in.
Okay, you can have it. All right, so this is the one. Did you find these first?
I don't recall which ones I found first.
But these were not wet.
Correct. This pair was not wet.
Okay. But did you find them in the closet or in the mudroom?
They're in the closet.
All right. And nothing, to your knowledge, has been cut from these shoes, right?
Correct.
So this, I believe, is what you guys continue to be blood. And we know it's been 6 years since this, but this was the blood spot right up here?
Yes, the dark spot under the red, under your thumb, yeah.
Right here?
Yes.
Was there any other blood that you knew of on these shoes?
Not that I knew of that I could see.
Okay. There's some markings up here. I just didn't know if you made those markings or you had any clue what that...
I did not make those markings.
All right. And you knew these were ultimately tested, right?
Yes.
And none of these involved Gary's blood. This is Melody's blood.
That's correct.
So what did you... you were the detective. What did you think was the cause of this blood on her shoes?
I didn't know. I know, when we spoke with her, she'd broken some plates around this time frame, and you can hear in one of the interviews she pricked her finger, and she's working out on the farm. I don't know.
Did you ever go through any of the phone dumps in this case? They've been admitted through you, so did you go through them?
Some of them, yes.
Did you ever see the picture of Melody's bleeding finger?
I did eventually, yes. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so would you think that would be maybe when she got the blood on the shoes?
Could have.
But you don't know?
I don't know.
Right. But it was her blood?
Yes.
Right. All right, now I'm going to approach with these shoes. So where did you find these?
They were all in the closet. I believe there's been photographs shown of them. She had like cubby. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. Like cubby holes from elementary school with shoes in them. And I just started grabbing stuff.
But you testified earlier that you felt these shoes. Now, I think I heard you say you had gloves on.
Yes.
Just like we do now.
Mm-hmm.
So, how could you tell they were wet?
They were cold.
Okay.
Colder than the other pair.
But did you see any water beating off, or did you squeeze it and have any water drops come out?
No.
And these shoes, were they tested? Do you know?
I don't know. I believe a spot, Sergeant Shaw on the scene had swabbed a spot on one of them and did the presumptive test, and it was negative.
Negative for blood. No, there was nothing on these shoes.
Correct.
Okay. So at this time, Your Honor, I would like to admit defense Hayes exhibits 1, which is the shirt, 2, which is the shoes with the blood, and 3, which is the just plain shoes.
Any objections? All right, they're admitted.
And you know, this is a logical kind of stopping point for me.
We can go for another 30 minutes.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Okay.
But yeah, I knew there'd be no way you could.
I'm just trying to find stop transition points. Okay. I think we can take the gloves off. I want to go now and talk about the post-begin. There's like you said, you testified earlier, and I think that was one of the most informative pieces of information about being a detective. You don't get to do any of the fun stuff, and you spend all this time typing up search warrants and keeping this case forever. That's what a detective is. It's not fun like being on TV, right?
It's any type of law enforcement. It's 90% paperwork and 10% fun, if that.
Okay. So let's start into that. So you have now interviewed a vast number of people. You have interviewed Melody. So let's go to, I think the interview started about 9 o'clock. You testified earlier too on the 6th of the Melody. That's the last interview.
Correct.
Went on for 3 or 4 hours. What'd you do after that? after this long interview with nothing?
You're talking about specifically on Friday?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
They were still searching. I'd have gone to the scene at some point. They were still out there searching. Probably gone home and got some more rest as well.
Okay, so you went home and got a little rest. When did you guys, I don't know if this was the point you started tasking, where was Kuykendall getting his tasks from that he testified to?
I don't know.
Not from you.
Some of them may have been from me, but mostly, someone else in the early stages, the first couple of days.
Okay. So how did you guys break up responsibilities from this point forward? As far as, because it looked like Kuykendall kind of went off and maybe started checking alibis. Would you say that's right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How did you guys decide that?
Again, supervisors were directing people what to do because I wasn't there the entire time. So sometimes we made decisions and checked things on our own based off of the interviews that we had done, followed up on our own information that we'd obtained.
So you would report to Hans.
Yes.
Who was here just the other day. We saw him. You would report to Hans. Who would he report to?
The next person above him would be Lieutenant Clark. Whether he was following the chain of command or not, I don't know.
You don't know. So Hans and Clark would be giving out responsibilities.
Correct.
Simultaneously.
Sometimes.
So who was you were talking to Hans?
Mm-hmm.
Who was Kuykendall talking to?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So where did the idea come from to separate and go to Tennessee versus go check out alibis? Because you went to Tennessee next, right?
No, I think I didn't go to Tennessee until Tuesday.
You went on the 10th, I believe.
Of the next week, on the 10th. That Monday, I called, started checking alibis. I called Ted and Philip, checking on Scott's alibi.
Okay. Why did you not take Kuykendall with you to Tennessee?
At some point in the early stages of this, Kuykendall started working another homicide investigation that had come in. So Kuykendall at some point became not available to me. I don't recall if that was this instance or not, but in the early stages of it, because I remember Kuykendall wasn't very happy that he had to go do something else. He wanted to stay on this case with me. Pope was available. I know Pope. I know his style. I know he's good at what he does. I think I asked him if he wanted to ride up with me because when I was told I was going, and when the decision made I was going, they're like, pick somebody, make the arrangements, get up there.
So Pope was your pick. And
Yes.
That's why he went with you.
Yes.
Y'all make that decision on Monday the 9th?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know when that other case was that started to take Kuykendall's attention?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember it's in the early stages of this.
All right. So you sit here, and again, very unique. You sit here and you've watched this day after day after day after day after day. And you're the lead. You're the guy that's had to come in here and answer to all this. But at what point do you think that it would have been appropriate to do the next level of checking, i.e., looking into Chris's alibis? More than just talking to Jenna, which, did you ever listen to that phone call, by the way?
Which phone call?
The phone call that Kuykendall had with Jenna.
At some point, not in the early stages of this.
Did that not come off as weird to you?
Yeah. Yes and no.
Okay. Well, so why yes and why no?
I'm assuming you're talking about the way it ended abruptly. Not everybody likes to talk to the police. Some people are busy. They got things to do.
Okay. Some
people are told by other people not to talk to the police. So, just.
Okay. But what was weird about it? Her cutting off the interview? All right. You got to answer.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But also that somewhere in there, and you've heard this now too, and I don't know if you were aware of this at the time or if Kuykendall reported it back, that Chris slept alone that night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You knew that. When did you know that? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I don't recall exactly when I found that out.
Right. So Kuykendall didn't call you, and then you didn't then say, okay, I think it would be appropriate now for you to get a phone dump on Chris so we know where he was at. Did he ever even call you and tell you this stuff?
We spoke daily. I don't recall the content of the conversations.
Okay. And did you guys ever do any kind of geofence to track where Chris was?
The only geofence we did was of the property.
Just of the property.
Yeah, Priscilla.
Right. But not of Chris's phone specifically.
We did the cell phone records. I know we did some cell tower dumps. I'm not going to explain those and how they work.
But you didn't,
of the property.
None of that. You don't know how any of that turned out.
I know we used it to verify some of Chris's statements, and nothing showed that he came back to the property when he said he was away from there.
So far as you know.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't have anything to do with that part.
That data was, those search warrants were being written by someone else. When the data would come in, that data would be forwarded to the intelligence unit. They would process the data or do whatever, and then, give us information back eventually.
But again, you heard what your partner was doing, that there was a Pokey City or Poke Bowl or whatever the name of the restaurant was near where he lived, and Kuykendall didn't go down there and even interview anybody. Do you think that was a good decision?
I don't know what was going through his head at the time, or whoever made the decision not to do that.
Okay. And did you think it was strange that nobody saw Chris from the time that he went to bed to the time that it was about 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning out at the Peachtree Road Race? That's a huge amount of time. Wouldn't you agree?
I wouldn't say it's a long amount of time, or an unusual amount of time. I don't know when everyone else woke up
But it's the night that you guys are contending that Gary Farris was murdered.
Okay.
The night of the 3rd into the 4th. I still think they have the Peachtree Road Race on the 4th of July. Mm-hmm. I've never made it to the end of the race, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But that was when. That's when you guys are contending, I believe, that this murder happened. Is that right?
Correct.
And Chris Farris was at the property that day.
Correct.
And he was the last adult other than her to see his father alive.
Correct.
And you just took him at his word on that?
No.
And Jenna says, well, I know he didn't leave, but she was asleep. And she didn't know he'd left and went out to the race. Right?
That's right. I remember hearing that.
Okay. So you're hearing all these things. And, hey, you're up in Tennessee and you're doing everything you can to get information. But your partner that you've left back down here, it just looks to me, and I'm the defense attorney and I've got you guys on cross-examination. It looks like you guys began to totally shift and laser focus and just rush through these other things. But you were focusing in on Melanie by that point and just trying to quickly check these boxes, and we're not going to move any further down this road. Would you say that's right?
I wouldn't say we're just trying to check boxes. I'd say that we were following the evidence.
Right. But you didn't close the boxes is what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. You've got a wide open. You thought you had an alibi. There is no alibi for the hours of bedtime, which we don't really know when that was for Chris, and when his wife and Addison went out and saw him at the race. There's like 11 or 12 hours right there that you guys have got nothing on.
Phone records. We have his phone records.
You've not brought in these phone records. Any of this, you're just saying that. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Judge, is there a question? That was a little argumentative.
It was a little argumentative.
It's not
Okay. All right. So when did Kuykendall actually leave the case? Do you know?
I don't recall.
So at that point, who was your partner? Who was helping you?
I had the ability, if I needed help, to ask, to direct it. We went over the rank structure. I was a detective at the time, so I was technically a corporal rank, which outranks a deputy. We had a little bit of authority to, direct people to do things. Even as a lead detective, if you're an investigator deputy rank, they afford you a little bit of, this is more important, I need this. So if I needed someone to do something, I could ask.
Let me ask you this. Before I get, I'm getting close to being finished with Kuykendall because he was no longer involved in the case. But what did you do when you found out about Joanne Ward? Did he tell you about that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
That Gary was having his own extramarital relationships? When you were finding this information out, what were you thinking?
It didn't seem important to me at the time that Gary had affairs many, many years ago. At the time, it didn't seem like it would help me solve how he got shot.
Did you ever see any of the emails between Joanne Ward and Gary Farris, which were within the week, right there all the way to the time of his death? So that wasn't years ago. You can see that Gary was at least attempting to have a relationship with another woman.
Did I ever see those?
Yes. Did you see that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So Kuykendall, I don't think he necessarily got those, but he asked these questions. You just don't remember if he told you about that, do you?
Correct.
Okay. And Angela Phillips, when did you learn about her statements?
Her initial statements or
both?
The follow-up.
Right.
I interviewed her when she called back the second time I wanted to. I can find the date in my report. I don't recall the date.
But it was later and it was you, right?
Yes.
And you're the one she disclosed this full relationship to. All the way back in the 90s. Yes. She alleges that she can't remember if she had sex with him or not.
That's correct.
All right. So by that point in the interview, or in this investigation, you had essentially taken over all interviews because Kuykendall was not in the case anymore.
To a point, except for, when Sergeant Pope was helping or anyone else.
But you would agree with me that this case is probably the most complex murder case in the history of Cherokee County at this point.
During my career, since, from, we'll say 2009, when I went to uniform patrol until this point, yes, it's the only one I know of.
Okay. And it appears that by mid-July and tell me if I'm wrong, that by mid-July of 2018, that you have basically been left holding the bag by yourself.
I wouldn't say that's true. People were still authoring search warrants. They were getting sent off. Things were happening in the background. As technology evolved and, we switched from old-fashioned police work to now we got all this technology and stuff. There's a lot of people involved in intelligence. You heard Bot Zone come, Kevin at the time, processing, trying to extract information, and that took some time.
But they can only do that off of the information that you gather, right?
Yes.
And so, again, for the year, if I had to say from July the 15th of 2018 to July of 2019, which is right about the time that you issued the warrant, which you're the one who signed the affidavit for the arrest warrant, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So in all that time, though, you were the guy. You didn't have a partner on the case, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Well, let me ask that question better. You didn't have a partner, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So that was a lot for you to undertake on your own.
Again, if I needed help, I asked for it. There were still multiple people in the background working on the investigation.
Tell me about, as we began to transition into the interviews that you had with Chris and Scott. What led to that? For you to sit down and have an interview with both of them at the same time?
we heard it said, I think it was in the interviews, at one point the entire family stopped talking to us. After several weeks, Chris and Scott decided that wasn't what they wanted to do, so they reached out to us, and I set up a time for them to come in.
Okay. And tell me about that interview.
It was basically just them reestablishing contact. They wanted to come in and see if they could gain any information from where we were in the investigation. They decided that they weren't going to follow the orders, the request, I should say, of the attorney and the rest of the family. That they wanted to stay in touch with us and help any way they could.
So, and that you used the right word, Detective. That they did say they wanted to gain information from you. Mm-hmm. Did you not find that to be a little bit suspicious?
No.
Okay. But in cases when, would you have considered them suspects at that time?
At that time?
Yes.
When this thing first started, the whole world was a suspect. And then, as Mr. Fogus put it, we started shrinking the world down. So I don't recall at this time if I would have considered them suspects.
Okay.
I don't recall at which points I considered them suspects and ruled them out and ruled them back in, or
right, because you later ruled one of them back in, correct?
I wouldn't say that's correct.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that, but let's go back to the center. They were asking you for information about the case, yes?
They were asking if I could provide any, yes.
And you did, yes?
I don't recall. It's likely. Would have given them an update.
Well, let's do this, because I don't want to sit here and start replaying interviews for you. What do you remember right now about that interview with Chris and Scott, other than they were asking you information about the case? Did you gather anything from them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything about that interview?
Other than what I've already stated, not the specifics, no.
Okay. All right. But do you think it's bad practice to take two witnesses and put them in the room at the same time so they can hear each other talk? Are you guys not trained to not do that kind of thing?
I mean, not specifically. We sometimes we use it as a tactic to put them together and see what they'll say together, and then separate them and talk to them again later and see what they say separate.
Okay. So at that point, you say that Chris and Scott were not suspects in your mind, and that would have been by late July. I believe it was around the 24th, somewhere in there. You interviewed them. You already determined they're not suspects.
Like I said, I don't recall labeling them a suspect or not. I don't.
Do you ever remember in your mind? But you've used the word "shrink the world down." Mm-hmm. So I want to know when you shrank the world down. When did you do that?
Pretty early in the investigation.
How early?
Within the first couple of weeks.
Okay, so I'm out here now talking a couple of weeks out. So somewhere in there, would you said the first day? Or
would it have begun shrinking the first day? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about shrinking it down to Melanie. It was after that second interview, wasn't it? You completely shrunk it down.
It was, she was the only one that we had provable lies. Early on in the investigation, she was being deceptive. So
let's talk about that.
Okay.
So when you have a witness that you believe to be deceptive, which people do that in cases, right?
Do people do that?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So we've got her lying about an affair, which you charged her with that. Yes. Well, she admitted to the affair. Eventually. Essentially within the same conversation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But you still charged her with it.
Correct.
Okay. So you did that, and so because of that, that's her being deceptive in your mind, right? About an affair.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that an affair is proving an affair is not proving a murder.
Correct.
Okay. Can we end there, Judge?
Although I'm concerned about giving you the overnight to recharge, but I don't know that would make any difference. All right. With that, we'll break for the evening. Start back at 9 in the morning. We're going to bring lunch in for y'all. Then we're going to take our field trip, and then we're going to excuse y'all for the day. Hopefully, we'll be done with this witness by the time we break for our field trip. All right. But maybe not. All right. Y'all can be excused. Remember everything I've told y'all about, not looking up anything, talking to anyone, looking up anything, etc. I'll give y'all some specific instructions about the trip tomorrow. All right. Y'all can be excused.